We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
He jumped into it.
His corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/septilence. Don't put that in, I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
He
gonna
jumped into it.
His corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Esports U Live. And tonight, of course, I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and we have the continuation of a very special event. We are here for the CECC Lone Star Qualifier, of course, presented by Zip Chair Gaming. And tonight on the docket, we saw some of the very best Texas Valorant action yesterday for day number 1 of the qualifier. But tonight, we have 2 big matchups. It's UT Arlington versus University of Texas San Antonio. And we have the semi-final matchup tonight as well, which will determine the teams that we see tomorrow for the grand finals. Don't forget, the coveted prize of the CECC Lone Star Qualifier is that very special local Texas bid to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Of course, that's taking place May 6th and 7th at Esports Stadium Arlington down in Texas for our grand final event to coin who will be the best in the nation in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Valorant, Overwatch 2, and Rocket League. But tonight we're here for the Lone Star Qualifier. So without further ado, we do have University of Texas Arlington versus University of Texas at San Antonio. And casting that will be Catinator and Ash Cash. Ash Cats. That is the hardest thing to say. Ash Cass. Woo! Sorry about that, Ash. Much love. All right, but without further ado, it's time for the 10 seconds of hype before we throw it over to Ash and Catinator. So let's go, baby. Woo! It's time to get hype. Oh, you thought I didn't have a tie on? It's white. It's invisible.
Now that was hype. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. 8 teams from Texas enter. Only one of them get another bid to the national championships. I'm Catinator. That's Ash. Groups round 3 and the semifinals on the way.
Ooh, and we're so hyped about this next matchup that Polly even, I don't know, something broke there.
Fizzled
He got
out.
so excited, took him completely out of the mainframe, right? But When it comes down to it, we've got UTA versus UTSA coming up here. Kat, you were there yesterday for these matches. What can we expect going into this next round?
We can expect some action, that's for sure. Map number 1 of Icebox, 16-14, incredibly close when it came to overtime. Massive plays from everybody involved. I think we saw 3 or 4 different 4Ks from entirely different players all the way throughout that map. Pearl wasn't as close, but I don't think we'll see it in this map pool off the fact that it was not a very close scoreline map. I believe it's about a 13-6, the difference in that one. Much different than what was our overtime 2, overtime 3 scoreline coming out of map number 1.
Well, hopefully we'll see that coming out as a ban for the side that it didn't do fare too well for. But I know we don't have to wait too much longer for those picks and bans to come through, so we can check them out super soon here, Kat. But are you anticipating maybe a comeback story to come, a little bit of a revenge situation here today?
You know, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see a team come out, not have the greatest success when it came to later in the series, come out swinging here in this one. UTSA managed to get the first pick in this set list. It'll be Lotus a choice for them. We have not seen that play within these two teams, so that'll be a bit of a difference. Fracture was our map 3 yesterday, going to be map 2, so guaranteed to see it this time around. And we'll get what was the first ban yesterday of Ascent now played as map number 3.
Okay. Bring back that Ascent. I feel like it's not too surprising that Ascent was banned out yesterday, all things considered. When it comes down to that map in particular, I feel like when you're looking at footage, you're trying to counter-strat teams, that's often a map that you're going to find that history on, right? With it being so common to see, especially within the collegiate scene, just having that comfort pick. So really interesting how that is going to potentially play out for that third matchup. But going over towards Lotus, this is a map that we've seen before here in CECC, whether it's the Texas Qualifier or just other events that teams have been trying to qualify through. And it's a tough one. Being the newest map, I think, makes it a little bit difficult for teams who might not have as much practice on it. And we've seen very different looks from teams who are just like completely pugging it out on this map versus teams who have like extremely set plays. And when those two butt heads, it usually ends up being a pretty big stomp for the team that's a bit more prepared. I'm wondering how that's going to go down here between UTA and UTSA.
Yeah, this is a great point, and I think especially if we look at teams that don't have the greatest set pieces, I think it sort of translates into a much more mechanical dominant map. I think yesterday on Icebox, a map that can very heavily turn into ranked very quickly. I think UTA looked a bit sharper when it came to gun skill. A lot of their attacking rounds were won based off of players walking into A-site, getting 2 picks, getting 3 picks at a time, and opening up space rather than set piece execute. So if it does come down to that mechanical battle, I think UTA get just a little bit of an advantage. And I'm scared to ask, I think we might be walking into what was UTSA's strategy yesterday that didn't quite work out for them. So when they looked at match history, right, when it comes to officials, decently limited match history for both teams, but even more so for Arlington, just didn't get an extra CVAL season, so don't have as much on paper to look at if you're their opponent. Where UTSA, they've played now Pearl 3 times in the last 3 months. They've only won it 1 time. And in recent times, it hasn't been the closest scoreline for them. Whereas Arlington haven't touched the map at all. We're looking at yesterday, there was no Arlington match history on Icebox. It was a 50% win for San Antonio. They came out losing that map.
Well, we won't have to wait too much longer to find out how things do pan out, right? It's going to be really interesting to see how things fare on Lotus. I think that on this map, due to the rotations that you're able to have come to fruition, due to those rotating doors and whatnot, so much speedier than the other 3-site map being Haven. So very easy to kind of like turn things like off, like flipping a switch basically, right? But already having some locks coming through, doing the double controller route here for UTSA. Interesting. I mean, this does allow them a bit more of that kind of like lurky potential to kind of switch up and flank around and find those openings on the defense because you have 2 smokes to work off of, but at the same time lacking on that information because the only initiator you're going to have is that breach, which is going to be very key for Wyro to be playing alongside. Yeah,
and I think it's interesting what this double controller setup is as well. I think we see a lot of Harbor come out on Lotus. It almost feels like a controller that was made for the map. As in, I don't see a lot of Omen, a lot of Viper in terms of combinations, but I do think when it comes to double controller, that's been kind of the favorable option just across all the maps in general. So it might just be a little more comfortable for UTSA, but I'm interested to see how that composition works on a map of Lotus.
I think it works really nicely, especially you kind of think about it like when you're running double controller on Fracture or on, I'm trying to think of another, on like Split, like the Astra Viper combination that you see on Split, right? You're going to have a Viper who's now starting on the attacking side, pressuring a lot of those like lurky walls, just trying to condition the same wall over and over again, not always committing to some sort of lurk or pushing in, but just adding that pressure constantly over towards the side of UTA, who will be starting out on the defense first.
All right, well, we'll see. You feel good about the composition, and hopefully these guys do as well, playing for a little bit of revenge here in this one. Got 2-0'd last go around. That led to UTA walking into the upper bracket fight against Blinn College. 13-9, 13-1 the scoreline over there. So they went out here. They get back up into that upper bracket to play semifinals. We'll have to go back into that Blinn College team. I think it goes without saying, going against one of the best teams when it comes to the country, especially when it comes to the state. Both of these teams, if they want to win this series out, they want to move forward in the semis, they need to have not just a game, but a very good one.
Oh, absolutely. And already starting things off here, that's a pretty big amount of information being garnered by the side of UT Arlington. UTSA paint shells in towards back sight, but despite the clear out, the TP in coming out from like Horo super late. So that's potential, that KJ reposition. Sure, it's a trade for a trade, but could have been a little bit speedier on the UTSA side.
Right, and a couple players caught with their heads up. It's the UTA grabbing 2 free picks. Bubble's going to grab some back, though, when it comes to Mound. Roleplay like the head off of Matcha, and now it's a 1v2. The Owens made it to site. Swarm set up for Roleplix. A peek out into maybe Alarmbot going to get the contact, or maybe not. Maybe stepped it just in time. Now it's going to go off. The deep Mound player going to have some value here. Trying to pick up a Sheriff. Can't get the gun down in time. Roleplix has the frag. SA up 1-0.
Nice start here for UTSA. Finding that early start with the pistol round sets the tone for round number 2. You get that anti-eco, Bubbles forcing up all the way towards a Vandal, and having the 2 Bulldogs here for UTSA. If they can keep at... Okay, we're swapping over to 3 Bulldogs. Even then, if you can keep those 3 guns and have at least 3 players survive into the bonus round, is really strong already up against the rifles in the full buy that would come out from UTA. But first off, they have to be able to get that spike planted, or at least take down the members of UTA. Won't be a problem there for Roleplix with First Blood.
Into the C site, they'll go off the early contact. Easy Plant going to come down here. Bit of a mid lurk towards B. Maybe going to step into their own dark cover, and that'll give an inkling of information over to Bubbles. 2 players going to come out of this smoke. First picked up, second turned on and found as well.
It's a 2v5 situation. UTA at this point really just going to try to play for exit frags, I think is the name of the game here. Try to take some weapons out of the hands of UTSA so their bonus isn't nearly as strong. But peeking this long angle here for Crad, it's going to be difficult to try and pull one of those guns out of hands. Guiding Light does come out, but not too much you can do when the swing's not able to come to fruition. Stalled out by that poison orb, and a flawless round. San Antonio will be carrying all weapons over here into round number 3.
Yeah, great stuff from them, and solid post-blunt as well, recognizing how good the bonus can be if they get them all out. Take everybody out to Mound and just play that fight together. No less than 2 or 3 players on the last 2 for UT Arlington taking shots, and looking at a 1v2, 1v3. Extra firepower definitely makes a difference, especially when you have the upgraded weaponry. So a pretty strong bonus here from UTSA, one they could convert for very early control here in map number 1.
Certainly a lot of potential with that, but again, similar look from UTA that we saw in the pistol round. It's that Guiding Light out early on, taking that rubble control, being on the anti-eco, not looking to overextend too far, just trying to find some late information. What I think is really interesting, though, is that Bubbles is kind of been that lurking presence more so, rather than Roplix on the side of UTSA, but that also means that he's not around setting up for Wyro.
Oh, Wyro going to get a look there, just barely off of Roplix's first contact. Maybe we'll trade that back. So it'll be a 4-on-4 here, but they've gotten to sight. They've done the big tats thus far. They're going to have the angle on the top ropes. Will find one. Manufacturer will grab two. And this bonus, so ever close to being converted now. Just K-Rad in a 1v3, it all to do. Look to peek out the waterfall here, able to tuck the fault line, going to find one. A 1v2 now. San Antonio players need to get together for the crossfire. Don't allow these 1v1s for the Rays. They'll step forward, satchel up, gives the info away to the site players. They'll both reconsolidate to CT, looking to play this one together. Nanoswarm to stall for some time. They've got a great double swing opportunity. Second Nanoswarm puts K-Rad down to 30 HP. They know they can't win this one. San Antonio will get away with the bonus.
That's a huge round for them as well, because you recover some rifles on your way out too, and a great reposition coming out from Roplix to make sure that they were playing the trade. Unfortunately, a little bit of too much greed for the weapon means that you don't get away scot-free. So that'll only actually be one of those rifles carried over here. Luckily, hero rifle in hand for Crad on the side of UTA. And I'm wondering, how are they going to capitalize off of this? Are we going to see that same sort of aggression, but more of a committed push coming out from UTA from that A side? Or will they continue to play this full retake?
We'll find out. Yarnlight's looking to play very early into Ruda. Guiding light forward, had no contact, so they don't opt to actually push those players up. This may be close contact on Mound. First shot, first kill. A shrouded step away.
Really nice. Slowing things down here. That's KJ down, and interesting enough, looking to actually fall back off of that Mound control here. With Bubbles pushing up in towards the A side, you've got an aftershock. Sure, A-link door is broken, but the site itself is pretty clear. Rotation's already being pulled by UTA, but they're still playing pretty far back. Nobody is overcommitted quite yet. I like how Bubbles is just waiting for the team to regroup to make sure that they are hitting together and that he's not giving those 1v1s over and potentially losing that rifle.
Absolutely. Recognizing they've got the upgraded weaponry and still the patience, waiting for the whole team to be involved in this one. Ryro's got contract first. Knows the player close stare. Guiding light out. Does get that blind off, at least to the Viper, all the way in the back line of things. Dark covered, try to push this team forward. We're going to get that room. Toxic screen now back up as well, thrown early in the round. Give them the sight cross. 2 on overlook here. On towards door. Not a bad look for the defensive end of things. I remember they're on pistols, though. Doesn't matter. Galaxy to find one. Vandal out for K-Rad's picked up 2 as well. Still the thorn in the side here, and Bubbles with it all to do. A 1-on-5. Will break through the wall. Good for the first shot. Time runs short to try to make this one possible, and Galaxy will shut it down.
That's an incredible hold coming out from UTA. You have to consider, they were on those eco weapons. It was a save round for them, and somehow they do claw back from that deficit of losing out, being bonused by UTSA in the previous round. Now, full loadout here for both sides. Big ultimate coming in here for Bubbles, though. That Rolling Thunder is going to be huge to set up this team, especially on a swing round where they're the ones now at that risk of having their economy broken. But this time, interesting enough, sure, you have that lurking wall come back up, but I'm always very surprised at who they decide to be that one in the 4-1 split here for UTSA's attack.
Well, make it a 4-0 split. Okay, I'll catch a wire on the cross back. Very aggressive with the op, looking towards attacker spawn, and it's been valuable. Smacha going to get caught. Held in the angle just a little bit too long. Manufacturer will hit it on the cross. K-Rad repositioned the operator, looked for a shot through that toxic screen, is now giving the info away.
Ooh, creep up though. Door is open. Just going to be a pop flash in. Nice delay with the Rolling Thunder coming through, but it's not enough. Nobody to trade you out in the tree position as well. Everyone on UTA playing incredibly split, not able to play together.
Oh, K-Rad looks for the satchel instead, had another shot. Doesn't quite line it up, so going to have one, but unfortunately they're done there. Just maybe going to fight the opposing Omen out of door. Contact in the favor of Litro, going to win that one. Jaquavius back a sight. A 1-on-3, a couple low HP bars, no armor for the opposing side. On the fault line right now. Out of the concussion and in to the bullets of the Viper. A 3-piece for the manufacturer and a 3-round lead for San Antonio.
They didn't come to play. This is UTA's map pick, too. When it comes down to it, UTSA, I mean, it was a hard-fought battle for that map number 1 yesterday, right? But now looking to come back with a vengeance, try and find their footing and prove that they can take it back, have that revenge arc. But with being down 3 rounds now, UTA forced into calling this time out, try to slow the roll of UTSA and figure out what's going wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like defensive rotation for this team hasn't been too bad. Just getting caught in gunfights, I'd argue, on angles coming in.
It seems, I mean, when it comes down to what's falling apart on site, at the very least, when UTSA is going to push in for the actual execution, it's really looking like UTA have kind of been playing solo in a bit of a way. They're not really playing these angles or holding these positions that are tradable for each other. Very much so playing grouped. Originally, like at the beginning of round, you see, you know, that aggression, the guiding light that always comes through into A main that UTA have constantly conditioned. But then once they fall back towards site, they're kind of all playing like these one and done angles where you either can't get out or nobody's going to be there for the follow-up.
Oh, much more aggressive defensive start. Double satchel up for K-Rad in the showstopper. One player home. A solo for Bubbles. He'll be caught out. K-Rad will pick it up. The overgrowth will come through as well to get that player back to a comfortable HP. San Antonio, no choice but to work towards Mound instead.
Yeah, slow contact up here now. Steps being made. Pink shells in. Nowhere for Jaquavius to go, but doesn't matter. It's a trade for a trade nonetheless, at the very least, maintaining still a 1-player lead here for Arlington.
Room on site. Pit gonna come down as well. Trailblazer looking for early information for this team. Hasn't got its value. The Trail gonna grab another on the flank. That'll even the numbers here with lots of advantage for the post-plant team.
Seekers come through though. Perfect piece of utility to try and push into that Viper's pit. The manufacturer not gonna let anybody come into his stomping grounds. 2v2 situation. Pit has dropped, swarms down early, and that's the resurrection out.
The res for the advantage here. Dark cover going to give them room to start a defusal as well. Looking to spam through, and they've actually found it. Jaquavius will get one back through the smoke. Looking to put the pressure on the Omen, and he'll catch another. Can he find a second pick to the cover? Can indeed. Mitchell, a player who yesterday kept Icebox alive off of a play just like that, has done it again for a 4-round lead.
On fire here, UTSA, to correct myself, on their map pick. Now 4 rounds up, and UTA struggling a little bit financially right now, not having the funds to be able to bolster up this half buy at this point too. I feel like it's also just tougher in general, like on the defense, when you are stuck in this ping pong like economy situation. It's not like you have like the extra 300 credits that come in from a plant spike, even if you're losing rounds. Like there's really nothing additional that you get to pad your money.
Spike dropped on the eco. Jaquavius has a second look off the stinger, looking to bring the classic out. Finally caught. A lot of early value in the team. Quick in rotation. Going to be here out of Waterfall. Just going to run it down to wide road of sight. Caught by the Ares. A second look, not quite. A trade for the Viper. A 2-on-2. When the dust is settled, rest of the team is already here though on close contact, and a slow has just put the San Antonio team to sight. They've played to bring around the Rosie. They've walked right behind them on sight ramp. Might have the free pickings and have just that. Galaxy's taking him down. A Vandal at close range, tried to wall for it, cost Macha his life. A 1v1 now, peak for Galaxy, he'll take it, and Eco converted for Arlington.
You know what? Arlington, just buy the Eco weapons. Don't buy it full. Because the only 2 rounds that they've won so far have been thrifties, finding so much success and playing together in these situations, but as soon as rifles are in hand, they just haven't been able to find success. Not that it necessarily has to, it doesn't have to do with the guns itself. It's more of just like a little bit of a pattern that we're noticing here, right? And at the very least now into this full loadout, UTA, I'm really hoping to see them try and play for that retake with the lockdown out, but already aggression coming through, a different look at it this time around, instead trying to find towards B, but how does that guiding light not hit Bubbles?
Yeah, like
Wait.
just barely got behind the
What?
pillar or something like that. Showstopper's going to put San Antonio with all the space in the world. They've got another plant now down onto the C side. You asked for a retake. Here it comes.
No lockdown out quite yet, just waiting for that positioning to come through. I think a bit more difficult to try and get it out in towards CT as well. Not as many cheeky spots that you can have it, and being the solo player makes it tough. But in a 3v5 situation, doesn't seem like UTA even want to use that piece of utility, and Choro is going crazy right now. It just sprays UTA. Don't even have a chance to really see their opponents as UTSA San Antonio clean up 6-2.
The Choro has a bag of sunflower seeds at his desk, the way he just spit at the defensive retake. Incredibly easy shots off of what is a tiny angle.
I guess to be fair, like using the lockdown there on C feels null and void in a sense anyways, because
They just go mound.
yeah, they just go mound, they plant for mound every single time, and the post plant from there has been just stunning so far. And for that reason, maybe even have a late commit to a flank coming out from UTA could be the difference maker.
I wonder if the problem here is on rifle round, UTA play so much more passively. So we watched them yesterday. They were a team that really thrived on close contact and thrives in just walking away with 2 picks early in the round. It was rare that we saw them win a round where they did not have the first pick. I feel like on the rifle round, they're being a lot more passive with the space they're willing to grab. Whereas in Eco, it's like, it doesn't really matter. Let's just see how many we can get, end up grabbing 2 early picks, and then converting those 2 rounds. So I feel like there's a lot there. Smacha does find 2. Wyro to trade them both back on the side entry.
Well done to cut it down to a 3v3 though. But just a shorty in hand here for Crad. There's Phantom 2B picked up.
Smooth.
Try and go back over. Flashpoint out though. Delays, and the swing out is punished. 2v2. And UT Arlington are looking pretty good. It's turned into a 1v1 situation here. No way!
The Eco Kings. The Eco Goats. Baby able to take it home with a newfound Vandal. Going to get it all the way to the next round as well. The 3rd Thrifty for a team that's only won 3 rounds.
Thrifty times 3, by the way. Frugal Kings, all across the board.
I
But
think they just need to play more aggressive.
I definitely agree. Like, you see the space that they're taking early on, but just really never committing to it. So it's like, okay, Guiding Light goes out when they do that A main flash. And then usually a second Guiding Light goes out, and then sometimes a Trailblazer follows up after that. And that means also Sky Util is null and void within the first 30 seconds of the round, right? Without anyone actually trying to capitalize off of it.
True.
But this time around, you got Operator in hand here for Crad. First Blood in pocket as well. And UT San Antonio still contacting up.
It doesn't mean everything here. We've seen K-Rad grab an early op pick before. Came through B on the defender spawn cross, or the attacker spawn cross, excuse me. So that was around they were not able to convert. This time they'll have a second look, catching the B lurk early. That completely shuts down the C split, and K-Rad will find another coming through mound. Manufacturer going to fall, and everybody under the contact for San Antonio has fallen.
Pulling the switch here, though, just trying to put a bit of additional pressure over towards that B side. But you got to look at the positioning here for UT Arlington. They can easily clear into B main. You've got Galaxy, who's got the information. So now UT Arlington, they've got the read. They know it still has to be C.
Churro looking to step in. Great paranoia. No one can see anything, and Jaquavius gets both for free from the back of the site.
Really nice play to come out and flank doing wonders here for UT Arlington. UTSA now, with the past few rounds going into the pocket of Arlington's side. Finally pushed into an eco round. But what you got to be careful about here, despite the fact that they're on an eco, they've also got several ultimates just on the cusp of coming to fruition. Might not necessarily see any of them come out into this round. But if UTSA play their cards right and focus on those orbs, they could very easily come out with 5 into their next full buy.
This game at one point was 5-1. TA encroaching upon Tide's scoreline. KJ Utility used very early, a very low Wyro. Does manage to sneak through. So we'll have a little bit of forward positioning. Boombot could spell disaster, but it has not cleared him. Rest of the team here now. Viper's pit on the eco?
Oh, that nade, though, might just take out Wyro if it's around the corner just enough. But it's deeper. Trying to stall that plant. Doesn't even hit with the showstopper. Completely null and void. And it's also eco rounds here for San Antonio.
Lockdown so deep. It covers everything over towards Mound. So the pit no choice but to go down as the players walk all the way out of this one. And a detain he picked up. This post plant almost done for us. Galaxy trying to close the door. Maybe we'll pick up 3. Galaxy finally finds the head. It's a flawless anti-eco picked up for Arlington. Just cost the lockdown.
Nah, well, it didn't just cost the lockdown. Showstopper came out. It just missed its mark there.
Here it comes.
So, I mean, realistically, even though it was a round win there for UTA, still decent eco coming out from San Antonio. They pull out, they draw out 2 of those ultimates. They managed to get that spike planted as well, put a little bit of more money in your pocket so you can afford all the utility going into this last round. Now you've got, all you got to do is get Roplix that lockdown online. You're good to go. You've got a showstopper. You got a rolling thunder to use the showstopper off of to ensure that you can try and hit your mark on someone close sight, especially when Jaquavius is known to stick to sight, not really back off and try and stall as much as he can. But already with the presence being shown, San Antonio, they don't tend to rotate. So UT Arlington feel really confident in just calling for the rotations to come through here towards the seaside early.
Seekers coming forward. They're going to try to kill this lockdown with just one man. Galaxy looking to do it all. They're able to find one and got the destruction. So they take down the lockdown. They don't have to move. San Antonio, no choice but to use more ults to come forward into this site, and that's going to be the showstopper. K-Rad. Massive flick from the op back of sight. He's looking for more towards ramp. Down on the close angle. What does he find? Trade off camera. Rope's going to find another. Shutting down K-Rad now. Still the one-man advantage for the defensive side. Caught by the dark cover right now as maybe has no choice but to leave them room to sight. Rolling thunder due to the fear of the doorway. Nobody home. That's not gone.
Nothing there. Still a fault line to work with. 35 seconds left, and it's a full rotation that they're calling for. Allows for the free res to come out here from Matcha. And then you've got...
That's so alpha.
Yeah, that is so... That's... Wait, but did it...
I don't think it got the info there.
I don't think it got...
Right?
Yeah. It definitely hears footsteps. I guess didn't want to risk anything with that timing, but not expecting Galaxy to already be here. Got 10 seconds, no time to plan, to know where to go. Nice cleanup to tie things up. UT Arlington bring it 6-6 after what was a deficit by 4 rounds, 5-1 previously.
Yeah, and we talk about, we don't always get to see timeouts in collegiate Valorant play, especially. It's a lot of time, we're just going to figure it out type gameplay. I feel like out of that timeout, it really did make a difference. It was a 5-1 initial run for San Antonio. We come back and it's a 4-0 run the other direction.
Sometimes you just need to touch base with your team, right? Like kind of reconvene and be like, guys, what's going on? Maybe we just need to like synergize ourselves, link up to the hive mind or something, whatever it is. But it works out. Now back into a pistol here. Arlington on the attack, leaning towards that seaside where they're going to be in for a world of pain because you got a KJ set up watching the choke. You got the Viper on the other side as well.
See how solid that utility holds. Slightly less, of course, coming in the pistol round. Paint Shell forces him away. Gets the frag as well. The shrapnel comes through for K-Rad. That's all it took. As Roplex walking into a wall and nowhere to go. Jumps up K-Rad. What's good? He'll find that one as well. The first 2 picks picked up for the Rays. Now caught by Bubbles.
That's not ready.
Right there.
3v4 situation. Wall in towards Waterfall here. Really strong position, especially with the upper angle. You have to worry about Galaxy on the other side, just doing some chip damage wherever possible. This should be a pretty solid hold here for Arlington. I don't really find San Antonio finding that much success with how low their players are in comparison.
Maybe gonna pick up 2 from the backside ramp. Bubbles one back. It's a 4K to win this round, and Galaxy shuts it down early with a right click.
Pistol into pocket here, and now advantage over. Phantom actually going to be Vandal. No, okay. I'm gonna stop calling it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop calling it at this point. Everyone's just like, you know, maybe this, maybe that. Just shopping around, you know, window shopping a little bit right now. But what's going to be interesting going into this next round here, Kat, is we're seeing a heavy lean in towards A, but I'm sure that there's a fault line to follow immediately coming out from Bubbles, where 3 players of San Antonio on eco weapons will be going head-to-head.
Is that a fault line? Getting light back the other direction. Wyro in a deep angle for a classic, and K-Rad takes both home just before the blind. We'll find another to go with it. The Ares picks up 3. Arlington going to pick up the A site.
Completely free sight for the taking here. Manufacturer dropping down early on. Shorty in hand. Ares on the other side. The wallbang's looking to come through. It's enough though. But only 28 health left, and still just damage that San Antonio are looking to do.
Oh, they didn't quite get him on the dog. Like the dog slow combo to try to finish that Shorty player off, but did not the peek it. Finally going to put him down. Roplex gonna come out and drop, seeing what they can find, and Galaxy will take a headshot to the dome. 8-6 for UT Arlington.
A nice damage that Manufacturer was able to do at the very least to some of those Arlington players, but now kind of seeing them start to come online, right? Moving a lot more fluidly here on the Arlington team than what we saw in those initial few rounds of this map. And that's we're going into the bonus now here for Arlington, and Crad went away from that showstopper off the back of what was a near ace, and that could be a huge difference maker considering the fact that UTA have actually forced step into this round.
Bubbles on the cross, going to pick up 1. Crad not where he wants to be. Off the blast pack. Gun traded out. Baby has more than enough utility to get themselves out of the sticky situation. Dark cover will be the cue for the defensive side to fall off.
A lot of investment though here from Maybe. That paranoia sure checks towards close, but it's not a rechargeable. And you've got the spike also moving away. So at the moment, just trying to farm some orbs, deny information to San Antonio is mainly the name of the game, as the spike actually creeps up towards the B side. But when you've got all 5 players here, it's just a default split that UTSA are going to be running.
Arlington slowed this round down a ton, being down this player, which is the entry duelist. Going to try to see if they can get a cheeky pick somewhere on the map, open things up, make it just a little bit easier. But San Antonio, so disciplined, not giving any early contact.
Yeah, just playing very patiently thus far, knowing that they do have that advantage, knowing to just play those double ups. Nothing triggered over towards the C side, so you can just focus on the right side of the map and B. Finally, the push does come through. Wyro, a funky situation though. The trades are available from Bubbles in towards Tree, but it's just time that he's looking to buy here. Flashpoint out is not enough, and just enough time here from Galaxy to plan.
The classic, just a little bit extra utility. Didn't quite need the other flash. Gets caught because of it. It's now given room for Arlington to take this round. Initially, we're down a man. The duelist coming in. Now up 1 for the post plant. Churro incredibly quiet, getting down the rope. A dark cover, the initial cross, trying to isolate the fight. When it comes to Tree, when it comes to the doorway. Him in first, 53 HP into a double stack out of a dark cover. This is an incredibly hard scenario. Viper's gonna look to step onto the spike. A Killjoy gonna walk out the smoke, caught though by the Manufacturer, who now is in the defuse. Both players knowing about Maybe picks it up through the smoke. That could be the difference as Galaxy comes out to finish the job.
Really nice try on that retake situation, but Arlington's so patient in allowing Jaquavius to just walk around and find that reflank to come through. Now eco round push onto UTSA, and they're on their map pick now, down 3 rounds. UT Arlington also just running with momentum right now, right? It's been 7 rounds in a row so far since that timeout.
Yeah, 7-0 run for this team. San Antonio need a groove. Won't find into this round. At least you don't expect them to. You know, we saw Arlington convert 3 ecos. Who to say they can't grab 1?
So yeah, well,
Well,
that's tough.
Crad is.
It definitely makes it harder. But
That
still.
Crab the Chad working his way towards site. Full flash is Wyro. Gonna pick up another. Oh, Litro was good. Okay. Galaxy, you just ruined what it could have been a great posterizing moment.
Hey, manufacturer's still online though. Trying to find some success. Picks up the Phantom at the very least. Finds a second. Still a decent chunk of health to work with on his side as well.
Please stop peeking.
One of that. They're gonna give him the ones. Look at the positioning right now.
Don't give this
Look
round
at the
away,
positioning. Nobody doesn't check. Okay, we're good. I'm glad that you could ASMR whisper into their ears and let them know.
Yeah, I'm in their Discord call.
Yeah. You're in their TeamSpeak right now?
Yep.
But man, that could have been scary. It could have been a different kind of round there if manufacturer was able to actually find each player, nobody playing for those trades. But double digits are found here by Arlington, UTSA. They need to stop the bleeding now.
Yeah, a bandage, something of the sorts would be nice. Get a trip to the ER for just a minute. Call that a timeout. I'll see if they opt to take one if this round doesn't go their way. A little early pressure for them. Root yet again is C nothing. They'll move a player over towards C.
Nice little 4-1 split. But again, that's what I was talking about with the rotations coming through here. Those double doors. The rotating doors that allow you to just run in so quickly, so hyper aggressive on UTA to clear out in towards spawn. But it remains to be punished as well at the same time. Trade to go out. But UTSA, this is an important swing round for them. They're already down by 2.
Galaxy tucked all the way in the deep corner, going to pick up one, suddenly a 1v4. Great stuff from UTA, working that doorway. They catch 2 in rotation from there to wide open B site. They just never let go of the grasp. Yama knows this one's over, just 30 HP. Jaquavius could play spoiler to the save. Will not be able to do so. Head hit twice, and still alive is the Omen.
Nice little exit frag situation here. Just going to play around that smoke. You got a flank coming in here on towards the A side as well from Galaxy, trying to hunt down this player, knowing that it is economy breaking, that this is the hero rifle to be carried over for UTSA into the next round, and it gets taken out right at the end. That was a potential difference maker because that round that we just saw was a swing round there for UTSA. They have to force up everything that they've got. They don't want to play for OT with only 6 rounds in pocket.
Absolutely. So they'll opt to force what they can into this one. So the run continues, now 9-0 for Arlington. 5-0 in this half alone. Never let go of the breaks. A bonus pushed them forward into 2 additional rounds. Now looking to grab their 10th in a row.
Nade out, trying to find something. 2 over towards rubble here for UTA. That paranoia doesn't cover Wyro on that left side. A crossfire being held. Immaculate from UTSA at the moment. I love this play. The read through though, dangerous to tuck into that E-Link.
Shelves it forward for Crad. Manufacturer going to have a trade. Galaxy back, looking for more.
What is happening?
So close for both those players.
The spray
Fall
commit.
line manages to find Galaxy. There's 2 at door now. Once again, out the link is literal caught finally by Galaxy. That fight extended for quite a bit of time. Wallbane's coming through, hoping, peeking, prodding to try to find that one. Not picked up. Roleplex on site might have timing on to maybe. Gave that timing away though. Back into the peak now. Thinking about it, pondering. We'll have a teammate to contain on site as Bubbles. A couple shots, not going to find it. Roleplex will take down maybe. Galaxy now stuck. Crossfire of 2 players. Trying to spam through to find Roleplex. Will switch weaponry into Bubbles and he'll take the frag.
Huge hold coming out here from UTSA. This is an important swing round for them, right? Had they lost out there, that was likely game because there would have been nothing in the bank for UTSA for that last buy. But scrounging it together, getting the 7th round on the board makes the comeback doable on their map pick. Not looking to get upset again like we saw yesterday. And for UTSA into this round, you've also got a Viper's Pit available. It hasn't been popped quite yet. Seems like the manufacturer has been kind of maybe saving it for a retake situation. Okay, no, there we go this time around.
Okay, I want to control that middle section of the map. We're trying to control route early as well. And not go in their favor. Rez has come back through, so U2 Arlington back to full strength.
Let's rotate off though. The 4-1 split, sure, attention drawn by the side of UTA towards that A site. The Bubbles watching so vigilantly. Aftershock, really nice to delay. Only one player to get on towards site. Seekers to come in as well, just looking to delay, but somewhere, somehow, the flash isn't shallow enough, a little bit too deep. Galaxy Vortex beating that timing. Man, able to get that frag. I feel like Galaxy's like gotten too many picks, like half blind.
Yeah, Galaxy just on target, on the right frequency for this one for sure. Manufacturer going to find maybe on the flank. Roplex had a look towards ramp, couldn't quite convert. Still the man advantage now for Arlington. Push for the retake continues. Licher up forward, has picked up one. Galaxy though with the wall bang back to their direction. Full blind through post, doesn't matter. This guy's going to pick it up. A 3K now for them. 1v2 needed to win this round for the manufacturer. Can they create a clutch? Cannot.
So nice.
Jaquavius finish the job.
UTA didn't even give him an opportunity in that post-plant situation. Just playing together there. Galaxy and Jaquavius playing off that guiding light to come through. And now match point here for UTA. 5 rounds climb back for a potential overtime. But with the bye coming out, this could just be map number 1.
They're on a 10-1 run right now. This team started down, started at a 1-5 deficit. Ever since that timeout, have not turned around for a second. The mechanics on point, just getting the job done. Krad's in and Krad's out. Roplex will take them down.
5v4 situation, slowing things down here now for UTA. Still gathered, regrouping outside of B. We've got a lockdown to worry about here. San Antonio, some good pieces of utility and ultimates to slow the roll on that. Looks like UTA is looking to try and force out Roplex's early on, so it's not available into the late round or the post-plant retake, but feeling confident in the fact that UTA haven't been able to take a site quite yet, find that space, doesn't feel the need to expend his own.
Maybe not one. Oh,
what? No way!
Bubble was able to pick that one. I was hoping the rest of his team could just blind him or something or give him a look. Wasn't quite there in time, but now they'll be here for the refrags. 2 of them, in fact, has brought us back to an even scoreline 3-3. Marshall shot just slightly off. Plant going to go down back for Mound. Galaxy yet again has walked through for 2 big picks. A 3-piece on the round, a 4th to shut things down. 13-7. Arlington yet again steal map number 1.
13-7, and what a way to do it as well. You're down 1-5 in the first half, and then somehow after a timeout, regrouping yourselves, you find that momentum to take it all the way, make that comeback, and even find the lead. But I gotta really give kudos over towards Galaxy in that last matchup there on Lotus. The last like 6 rounds, that guy was putting in work for his teams, like multi-kill after multi-kill in consecutive rounds, like really doing his best to try and close the matchup.
Yeah, this team just frags out, and when they start to put the gears in motion, nothing in the world can stop these guys. They've proved so yet again, and that was my fear, Ash, coming into this one, the fact that UTSA have that history, have a couple maps played, while UTA have none. They expect, okay, this should be an easy one for us. They clearly don't really play the map. And once again, they've stunted them on a map with 0 match history.
When it comes down to it, sometimes you just got to find your groove, and it seems like UTA is definitely a very momentum-based team when it comes down to that. But we do still have more Valorant action to bring you guys. It was just map number 1 of the first best of 3 today. And as a reminder as well, the CECC Lone Star Qualifier is brought to you guys by ZipChair and DreamSeat as the official gaming chair for the CECC. So head over to zipchair.com and elevate your gaming chair today while we throw to a quick break.
Is it Toon Link? It is. Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer? Oh my god! I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never play Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Yeah, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. It's a battle of the University of Texas, where San Antonio are now down 0-1 to Arlington.
Ooh, and that was an interesting match that came through. It was a lot of ups and downs, right? We thought it was going heavily in the way of UTSA to start things off with the heavy advantage that they found in that first quarter. But the second that UTA got rolling, there was no stopping that train. Now we're heading over towards Fracture, and this worries me, Kat. I'm not gonna lie, I'm concerned.
Okay.
The attacking side for UTA looked really good on Lotus. They had really fast rotations coming through, and that's something else that you can take advantage here on Fracture. We'll have to see if they maybe even go for that need for speed with the Neon pick, but instead it's gonna be the Reyna locked in here for Bubbles, not actually trading that breach roll over with Lucoro.
Yeah, interesting rule swap. We will see the implications of that one. I do like Brad continuing on with the Rays. Just looked very successful when it came to Lotus. So why switch up a good thing? And Galaxy has trolled on Gecko all of yesterday. Will not be playing Gecko. We'll see where the final pick goes.
Okay, so he's just been hover picking it.
He's actually the troll, yeah.
Okay, he's just been trolling. So we're going to ignore that for now until he looks in then. But I'm really liking the pick that we're seeing coming out for Roplix. Previously on that KJ, now swapping over to the Cypher, that I think finds a lot more value on Fracture in particular, just because it's such a big roaming map. Like, it depends on your play style, right? If you want that flexibility to be able to move around, be mobile, really great pick. But when it comes down to Jaquavius picking up that KJ, that's also just like hard stalling power and potential that you have coming in, and really nice holds as well as retakes or executions with the lockdown to come through, which is more impactful ultimate than you see with the Neural
Yeah.
Theft.
Well, I gotta say, if you've been on viral Valorant Twitter, you can break Cypher trips through literally everything. Like with one bullet, like just kind of spraying for fun, and it just instantly breaks. So if these players are Twitter machines, like most college players are, Roblox does not get a single trip this entire game. Just insta broken.
You think so? I feel like, man, if this were another day, or if we had like had this conversation in the green room, I'd be like, let's keep a tally going, like on stream. Like tripwire is broken, 1, like just a little counter that pops up every single time. We'll see if that holds true though. I feel like if you're a Cypher player, you usually got your setups and you usually have multiple ones that you run. So hoping that he can keep them guessing in that kind of sense. But also something that you don't have to worry as much about, I guess, on the attacking side first, because
very true.
you're kind of just walking around. Depends on how aggressive Arlington are going to be.
Yep, very true, very true. I'm saying if I saw that tweet and I see a Cypher on the other team, I'm spamming every single wall. Just, what is this guy doing? What's he always calling his bullets? Look for trips. I'm going fishing. I'm going fishing every single round.
You have like nothing left in the mag for when like you just spend all your time.
Where are you going?
Wasn't broken, by the way.
How do you...
Counter number 1.
Yep, that's actually valid. How do you overheat round 1 of the game?
Okay, I'm being honest here. It could have worked if the breach did follow up there on UTA. Have like some sort of contingency plan.
Don't
like
encourage that.
We're
gonna watch the VOD and be like, see, she said it would have been good.
No, because Fracture's a good map to push out on. It just has to be coordinated. You can't go solo.
We also,
you can't go solo because half the time you're running into like a whole squad because they usually play on like one side of the map, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like it's a good tug of war map, but you have to wait for the tug before you start the war.
No, 100%.
It's very early. I will say
it's best around. We get wacky.
Yeah, sure. Early utility has come out for Arlington, has been enough to stall defensively, and it'll be the full rotation coming through last 30 seconds. Down a man, low HP Chaos, the hard one to hold.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a retake situation, right? You got so much time to wait for the recharge on that fault line, but they're just going for solo fights right now. UTA giving the ones over to UTSA right now. Jaquavius able to find a singular pick, but the fault line's going to deny maybe. In a 1v3, 13 HP, there's not too much more you can do. It's 1-0 here. UTSA, again, earning that first pistol in pocket. Repeat of what we saw in Lotus.
Yeah. Talon with a very confident early lead on their attacking side. I'm looking to continue the trend. Roblox once again will put a trip here. Can't blame him after Krad's early attack towards that attacker side spawn. Gonna opt to change things up just a little bit here as well. Push forward towards hallway. They've moved already to the other side of the map.
Cheeky little cam spot up just to keep an eye on towards this north side. Ensure that they get the information if anyone pushes towards that ult orb here in towards arcade. But look at the push coming out from the side of UTA right now. 3 people down towards dish.
This time will be value. Tucked deep in though. Is Roblox good to pick up one? No more. That's 2 guns. The Bulldog as well.
Huge pickups. You toss the Sheriff over and you just got to be a headshot machine on the side of UTA already. Really strong start here to try and convert this eco round.
It's unfortunate too because UTSA really did play for the eco push.
Yeah.
Held 3 players on one side, held 2 on the other. Fortunately, the 2 were the ones that got caught by numbers and just weren't able to quite find the win against the Classics. Everyone consolidated towards site now. Molly gonna stall for time on towards drop. See 2 rifles picked up here. Can they use them to make a retake? Why we're going to pick up 1. Aftershock has value. Matcha trade a 1-on-1 when things are settled. Galaxy on the other side of the map, not going to have a rifle going into this one. Can they somehow convert 82 HP on the breach? The flash will give the location away. Full blind is Galaxy. Litro will win it out with a 3-piece.
Really nice timing on that flash as well. Currently 5-0 here for Litoro. At the very least, scraped the round back together with a 3K to end it out. Save San Antonio from losing out on their anti-eco, but really great value that Arlington have found for themselves. The one thing that we can count on, though, is going to be this Vandal in Latoura's hands. Hero Rifle can always make such a huge difference. We've seen the Sheriff plays from these teams as well.
Now we have to see some more of them here. San Antonio want to convert a very difficult bonus. Early 0 point is shallow. Does not have the info on all 4 players pushing arcade.
Just waiting for the aggression to come through again. This time, though, on an anti-eco round, Matcha gets 2. Down to a 3v3, but that's also, it's the same situation, but stories reversed. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'll say San Antonio already had a gun over there.
Look at this
so they're
timing.
only getting 1 gun. Oh, Bubbles the thorn in the side.
They have no idea.
Has the angle, has a gun now picked up off of Galaxy's body. Maybe going to pick up 1, tried to be the hero to get numbers even. Couldn't quite get the job done. Manufacturer trade. 1v2 now for the Killjoy. It'll come out as drop. Are they aware of it this go around?
There may have been a step that was made. I'm not entirely sure. But from the way that they're positioned right now here on San Antonio, I don't think they're certain that Jaquavius is coming from drop. But with where you have to fall from, yeah, there's no hiding that.
Here's the step forward. Solid hold from Bubbles will close the deal. 3-0. San Antonio, 1 rifle, 4 sheriffs. A round picked up.
Really nice round conversion there. Now that you're pushing UT Arlington onto an eco round, but do they commit to this? Like, are they gonna all go shotties? Are they actually committing to this? Like,
The goats.
it looks like they really might just do it. They
Very
doubled up, looking to push
favorable
out into
strategy.
A halls. They just want to take that A main halls control and kind of like, I think, keep aggressing and pinch into that south side. Exactly what you're seeing, but it's opposite reads from both teams as they hold north and south. Nobody to find each other.
San Antonio running into 0 contact right now. Same story for Arlington as mentioned. We flip-flop just a little bit. Bolt orbs can be acquired for both sides of the coin here. And San Antonio still a poke and prod onto the A site. Lear has not opened up avenues just yet as Arlington have looked to play in through a hallway and now back out towards the site. Looks like San Antonio, though, going to choose for a consolidated B push.
Just grouping up together here, knowing how much UT Arlington likes to get aggressive on their defense, especially into eco rounds. Just trying to play every single advantage possible. It's going to be a whole death ball in towards B, taking that arcade control.
Can they win the race to get here?
Oh,
they did make it to
wait,
tower
that's...
first. It's judge time, baby. First pick and a
No.
couple of showstopper
No.
from Matcha. Looking for more of the judge. Lichiro going to shut both down. We're bringing into a 2-on-3. Close range weaponry for all of Arlington here. Can they swing this into something? Looking to contain this team to tower. Very low HP on this breach. Was thinking about popping the ult back into it. Now still has not gone out. Roleplex going to go to site. Plant's going to come down.
Really like these reads coming out from timing. Though the timing comes through, the rolling thunder out, but maybe's already snuck in.
Rifle
1v3 situation. Jaquavius trying to find one, even stunned up. Roplix able to get another, but maybe's there for the trade. And first round on the board here for UT Arlington. The judge does so much work, but the opener was the showstopper.
They hustle and bustled their way out of stair to get to tower first. 2 players there. It's Matcha and K-Rat, and they're able to come home with enough frags to convert a round. So UT Arlington going to bail themselves out there. Back to rifles now in round 5.
That was the series feeling a lot closer, at least economy-wise here for both teams, right? Now again, it's another map where you have more than 2 orbs to work with for those ultimates. We're seeing them come online a lot faster for each end. Again, aggression comes through. It's a solo peek though coming out from Crad, able to get 1, but the follow-up's always just a little too slow.
Looks tucked yet again. Will find value out of the spot. Lichiro will bail them out of what would have been a difficult 1v1. With that full reconfirm information. He forward again. Double cages coming out. Will get his teammate crossed and back to Spike.
That neural theft was really huge information though, because you know that both players of UTA are in towards Dish. You can roam freely across the remainder of the map. It's exactly what happened. Get that spike, head over towards that B site. Plant as open as you want because Bubbles has spawn.
Bubbles has spawn. Can they hold on to it against two players? They can indeed. A free tuck and a free two-piece for Bubbles. I've seen this before.
Man, listen, there's no Phoenix on either side. We're not running it back. We are not running it back. If you're UTSA, you don't want to run it back 100%. I mean, 2-0 yesterday. You're coming here to try and prove yourselves up against a team that you just faced off against. Try and make things competitive like that first map that we saw on Icebox. So far, if UT Arlington, if they call a timeout, they might just be able to snap themselves out of this.
One eco away from disaster.
Careful now.
Bubbles just picked up a two-piece, looking for a second one into this round. There's the first, and Galaxy, a trade. Going to pick that one up and get all the space now into attacker spawn, recognizing they are on the other side of the map. Early info from the defenders.
Just rotation off here. Krad's going to try and re-clear some information in towards drop. Not overextending, though. Scary for Jaquavius playing the shorty in towards tower. Not really another spot you can go towards. You can't touch that cage because they'll know you're in there. You want to keep all the information possible away so you can make these comms help with the mid-rounding for the rest of the team for the rotation.
Good call to clear tower in this fashion as well. To not actually put a player there. Now they finally will. And still Jaquavius catches a look on a delayed peek. A second to go with it. The shorty's big. Manufacturer will pick up one back on site. They've got a lot of work to do. Now down a man. The other two players both with rifles in hand.
And they're running. They're heading towards
sprinting.
that A side. 20 seconds left. Plenty of time to work with in UTA. I like the call to keep things together. You know that you can just camp around, pick up weapons where you're able to find them, make that rotation over once that plant does go down. Something that UTA will have to look out for, though, into this retake is tapping that spike early to try and draw out the orbital strike.
Three players, as you mentioned, stuck like glue. Looking to come together for the retake. A lockdown going to give them room onto the site. A tap, queue up the strike, and we'll see if that will be the case off of yearly prediction. There's the tap. Strike is out. Both players have red towards hallway. Going to be here for the double peek. Getting caught, though, is going to be one. Maybe looking to finish the job here. Needs to do it quickly. His orbital strike will take down his teammate onto site. Maybe down to the classic. Looking for the close right click. Will find the frag, but time too short to get back to site.
Fifth round on the board here for UT San Antonio. Keeping it competitive, though, on these eco rounds for Arlington. Timeout finally comes out here. Question is, can they turn it around in the same way? We saw like an immediate switch being flipped over on Lotus, a completely different look from UT Arlington, who, to be fair, the last two maps, I guess, seeming like they're starting off on their weaker side, more confident in closing it out maybe on the attack.
Yeah, I just think with the team that plays so mechanics first,
oh yeah, attack's gonna
the
be
attacking
more
side's just
sure.
so much better for them.
You
And
control the pacing. You get to choose when you're entering, when you're getting that point of contact and whatnot, because you're the one pushing in, right?
yeah, absolutely. I think when they play defensively, the reason they're so successful in their eco is because they just play so abrasive, step so much further into early angles that it ends up working out for them, where they almost play side as if they were the attackers.
Yeah.
So you get to find value before set pieces can come out, and I think that was the big difference on Lotus. We saw them take a lot more extra space.
I want to even see like those aggression plays coming out on those anti-ecos like you're talking about, right?
Yep.
Like you can throw down a smoke in towards like B or A main, whatnot, have everyone else really just be focused into pushing one of the spawns. Usually it's the north side. I find that most teams favor when they do run this play. Less common to see all members team pushing from that side, but early flash out just buys Galaxy enough time to get out of this fault line. So much info gathered though by that 0 point. Finds 4. Bubbles constantly this lurking duelist though on the Reyna. Has that sewers control. Trying to make some calling based off of any information that they're hearing over towards that B site. Here's the KJ util. Here's one kind of just running around. San Antonio, based off of that, they cut noise, try to fake and sound bait that they're rotating away and rehit.
Here.
Almost to the drop contact. Already made the arcade contact with Quavius on tower. Both players going to find value on both sides. Wyro, one back with the showstopper. So trades there for the A site if they'd like to go in that direction, and they've opted to do so. Sure, going to continue down, maybe off rafters, finds both. Has shut down the offensive end. They know the brim was arcade. He's late to the rotation.
Coming in from drop 2 is probably one of the toughest positions to try and reclaim this spike on the A side. Just because you're so vulnerable. Like, sure, you can like individually clear out corners, but you eventually have to actually drop down, right?
Yep.
One piece of information given in there over towards A main, but with no time really left in this situation. Just a save here for Manufacturer. Arlington finally get a second round on the board.
Made it happen. One timeout. Been able to turn tides early. The last game, they walked home with a 12-1 run to close the game. Looking to do the same here with a bit of momentum.
The very least, with how close even these rounds have been, with how UT Arlington are still able to find success in getting picks despite not closing them out, is that they're able to push San Antonio into this awkward situation with their money, right? But this is where we saw things start to crumble for UTSA over on Lotus, map number 1, now on their stomping grounds here for Fracture. Hopefully won't fall prey to that same kind of issue. Again, Arlington are so momentum based. First blood here, Bubbles is massive. That second shot, absolutely disgusting.
Just on target. With the Sheriff looks early, puts San Antonio on the site with a 2-player advantage. Looking to convert this one. Crad on the lurk. Might have some timing to Roplix here as they start the run. Have to work quickly here. It's been about 20 seconds with that spike on the ground. Mach and Crad going to find themselves 2. Bubbles a third now with the rifle picked up early off the Sheriff look. A 1v3 for the Rays, and that Lear really kills momentum early. Fault line going to force them away. Just no time.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, your money's not looking that great, right? Either you're trying to do as much damage as you can, but not worth losing out that rifle. 4K for Bubbles, the player who carried that round on his back. The only reason they're able to find success into that eco is because of those initial picks.
There. There.
San Antonio steal a page out of the Arlington playbook. No momentum early. I will say, though, out of that timeout a map ago, Arlington lost the first round and then came back and won the next. The difference, though, that was an eco, not a full gun round. This thing's just a little bit different going into this one. 2 ults to work with. Could prop them up, though.
Switching things up. 0 point previously positioned in towards Dish, and there's the aggression I was talking about. A push out, but again, it's always on these like half eco buys, semi buy situations. I want to see that same kind of confidence coming out with a full loadout.
Choro. Another.
Right there.
Now a 1-player advantage. Galaxy looking to make it happen in spawn. Only able to grab 1 before Roplex has a big trade. On to site is San Antonio. An extra player for post plan.
Honestly, I'm surprised he was even able to get 1. You got 3 in spawn, right? But just quicker to the trigger. Nice open plant as well. Super convenient towards A main. And a big part of this is you got that Rolling Thunder to work off of in the worst case scenario. And when they've got to tap that up close and personal, there's nowhere to hide.
Absolutely so. See if they can make some sort of miracle happen here. Clear drop early. Players connected on site. Trying to play behind the sky smoke. Taps here. Thunder not expended. A step forward for maybe. Just as the sky smoke falls, Wyro going to pick that one up. Jaquavius is gone.
Yeah, I gotta save that weapon going into the next round, right? Vandal in hand. Not much you can do anyway, so there's really no point in losing that to the spike. 7-2 here. And San Antonio able to keep things going so far. This coming round, full loadout, almost for the side of UTA. I'm genuinely not really sure what's going on with their money right now, as far as which decisions they will be making, as far as like forcing up or half buying alongside Jaquavius, because everything is a little bit out of whack at the moment. Looks like it will be a force, but you might as well invest into all those shields.
Galaxy out with the early pressure. Utilize the 0 point to pick up bubbles. That's been a constant trade back and forth between players satellite, and it'll be a win for Arlington in this round. Rolling Thunder now to push them forward in the B side. An orbital strike looking to stall. That covers all of sight. He's maybe alive for longer, but we're on Roleplex going to take 2 back when it comes to spawn. That's everybody.
That's tough.
That's everybody off that Rolling Thunder. Maybe has all the room in the world, lining up a strike, and he's bowling it home. Gonna pick up 2 right now. Roleplex caught by the Classic. A 3-piece for the Brimstone Matcha to finish the job.
Hey, there's a judge in tower. Arlington's winning the round. It's worked out twice now. Fallen prey to the shorty too in the hands of Jaquavius previously. San Antonio really finding success in the executions on 2B, but haven't really found an effective way to clear into tower yet. Maybe some sort of like nade molly combo to cover both angles, but otherwise you've just had players on UT Arlington like sitting there for free while San Antonio takes that site.
Yeah, very true. Watch, you're going to look to put an early fault line into hallway. Stalled for space already. K-Rad just freely taking the ult orb. Bubbles consistently has been here. And Crad, regardless, still wants this fight. Has easily won it. Looking for the second. Knows Roleplex hangs around too. Paint Shell to force him away. A Boombot to confirm information. Pushing the player back with a satchel. Second one out as well. So low HP. And finishing the job as the raise. Good for both.
Arlington's starting to feel a bit more confident, right? Finding their footing, getting on the aggressive. It usually takes that time out, that bit of pressure to be like, okay guys, let's switch things up. Passive isn't working for us.
Yeah.
2v4 situation, stuck on site. San Antonio are going to have a hard time planning this fight.
Arrow tagged up to the top of the site. Manufacturer going to pick up one, a low raise as well, but still going to find the headshot. Maybe a chance in the 1v2, but the Manufacturer shut it down.
UT Arlington just not able to play together as much as they should have in that 2v4 situation. San Antonio finding the ones, getting the trades, and maintaining this lead now here on the attacking side. 8-3. Fracture, though, is touted to be a bit more of an attacking-sided map with the amount of avenues, which the amount of running around you can just do. But I'm curious to see how Arlington handles this next round. If we're going to see that same kind of aggression coming through, it will be in towards Dish, but San Antonio kind of speeding things up this time onto the B side. It's a fast start for them.
Very quick. Orbital Strike trying to finally be the difference maker to take down Tower. Wyro will find value with the showstopper. Litro will take down Jaquavius. San Antonio making it the site yet again. Easily shut down is the null command. Is Galaxy going to fall? E2 for Arlington now when the dust settles off the execute.
Yeah, there's no way you're picking up your teammate there either, so it's just a solid 2v3 situation. One
stuck in
hit
tower.
away from that orbital strike, though, for maybe. Possible, but the nades go big. Showstopper out. Now it's Roplix all alone.
A rare satchel kill and a kill off the paint shells for Crad, given the full advantage here in the 1v2. Sticking, known about it thanks to the camera, but known about is Roplix out of tower. A 4K for Crad. A 4-8 score line going into the half.
Really nice look, though, from San Antonio. We're seeing a much different team than what we saw over on Lotus, at least in the later portions of the map, right? Really nice solo plays coming out from Bubbles, finding often quite a bit of value off of those lurks, earning a pick or two. But just seem to be playing a lot more together in that kind of sense. And Arlington, again, it's just the passiveness doesn't do well to their play style. It doesn't play into their fortes, right? But now we're swapping over to their strong side.
The Arlington offensive, if they can get all the ingredients, they certainly stir up the pot. We'll see if they're capable here yet again. Galaxy looking to come out early. Is Crad going to find value out of Satellite? Bubble's going to get caught now on the defensive end. Caught the last couple attacking rounds for them as well. Fault line to come back in. Doesn't catch Galaxy. Can't catch the frags. The rest of the team on the way into the A site. Wyro low HP. Still alive though. Paint shells to kill time. Matcha going to kill him. Got value. Brimstone a lot to do and caught by the doppelganger. Maybe has that. Arlington have the site. Now to post play.
Molly out. 2v4 situation. You got a flashpoint available, but it's just aggression here. Galaxy giving the ones. Makes things a little bit dicey because for Arlington, you got the breach is low here, right? Trying to isolate players. Fault line finds so much value, but somehow the ghost finding the head here for Roplix. But time is ticking at this point.
That it is. Still trying to find the Killjoy. Just walked away. Maybe still going to be in the hallway angle. Caught now by a very deep frenzy. Reposition as mentioned. Fault line tuck for Jaquavius. He's found the first. Litro looking to stick. Jaquavius to swing. And a reload takes the breach out of the fight. It's a 1v2 clutch. And Arlington pistol converted.
Running out of bullets there definitely has got to hurt. But the pistol round important for Arlington to start to close the gap early on. And San Antonio now onto the eco round. Buy up here for UT Arlington is a Raze with an Ares, the new secret sauce.
It came up massive a map ago.
Yeah, you got it last time. I was like, I guess this is the new wave for Raze players. Like, I don't know.
Gonna hold it in spawn on the angle too. Early telegraphing with the utility. There's one. Went for the paint shells. Bubbles went for the shot. Came up the victor in that second refrag. Galaxy's going to pick up one on site. Roplix hiding in their own cage. For how long? Not very. A call out from Matcha into the smoke has the value. Litro going to step out. Wants the right click. Caught though once again by Matcha. Bubbles with it all in spawn. And well, just can't make it happen. Jaquavius will finish the job. 4 guns into the bonus.
Such a brazen play coming out from San Antonio just to try and pick off some numbers with the pinch on the flank with Bubbles. Finally, though. But if I'm UT Arlington, you're on Fracture. You got 4 alt orbs to work with. I would be prioritizing trying to farm them, get that Rolling Thunder online, get the most out of this bonus round here.
It's a team that we've seen play limited weaponry and convert 3 times a map ago. 3 different thrifties picked up for this team. Now they get a little bit of extra weaponry in this one as well. Bonus certainly not out of the woodwork for a team like Arlington. First peek and Crad has walked away with the pick.
Just recovering the weapon here. Slowing things down, going for that information, right?
Weird for Wyro not to play that. It's a little bit more aggressively, right? The chance the puppy guard, what is that rifle picked up, and not sure if there's extra players hallway, doesn't opt the peek, and that's allowed for a Vandal to come out for this attacking team.
But at the same time, you don't want to be risking getting picked off yourself.
Absolutely.
Hitting another one over. So I think it's just like the smarter play overall. This trip though, really nice. Galaxy somehow survives. Jaquavius with the trades though makes it all worth it.
2 Spectre frags on the way into the site. Give Arlington a 2-player advantage into their post plant. Wyro going to pick up one traded yet again. Lichero in a 1v3. Try to defend honor and defend the bonus. Matcha with a little poke and prod. Saw the player. Information now in triangulation for the post plant team. On to this last member. Matcha will pick it up. A bonus converted. 3 more rifles for Arlington. Didn't grab the third one. El Bozo.
Hey, it happens. It happens. You got money in the bank. You can afford, but It's finally a timeout now being called by San Antonio. UT Arlington turned up the heat here on the attacking side. San Antonio kind of struggling to slow things down. But for UT Arlington right now, when it comes to that first point of contact, I feel like they're just kind of winning out mechanically. Crad, just a really great entry player for the team.
It's the first time out of the series for San Antonio. Team that I think has struggled just a bit defensively, dealing and containing with the pressure brought all early into rounds for UT Arlington. Ash, anything that strikes you early is what this team does different defensively?
I mean, they do go for that early point of contact in towards A main. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to do, but Arlington have been patient on waiting to see if Util will come out first before going for that swing, or even just kind of like beating them to the punch, right? Just trying to beat it pace-wise. I think that it would be interesting to see UT San Antonio go for those flanks that we have seen Bubbles commit to with more numbers. You know, they tend to, if they are sending somebody out, it's usually just like one person. Play the double up. More likely to have that trade come through, find a bit of extra information, and sure, you leave one side weak, but speaking of weak.
Yeah, they gave you the double up arcade, the triple up satellite. Unfortunately, the double up instantly caught by what was the B split. So into sight will be Arlington. The triple up now going to have a chance to play the pseudo offensive. Going to get back in on the retake. They'll all be arcade. They'll all be together. They all have sheriffs. Can they hit a couple heads? First flashpoint for Matcha. We'll put Roleplix out the angle. Shots hit and nailed. Matcha will pick up 2 Galaxy. The last, a flawless anti-eco for Arlington.
I think it's also that same story of kind of like San Antonio, you know, you have one person getting aggressive on the defense on your buy rounds. Then on the eco rounds, Arlington are already just expecting you to push out. Almost everyone does it on Fracture anyways, if you're just on like sheriffs. Try and find those numbers, use those flashpoints to your advantage. I want to see them try that pinch that I even talked about UT Arlington doing on the defensive side. Right now, San Antonio consistently looking for this A main control. Arlington, though, far, far away from that. That's lockdown to come out towards that B side. That doesn't necessarily mean it is going to be a commitment, but the null command coming out, that seals the deal because that's nullifying here. That's those Cypher trips.
Safest null command of all time.
Yeah.
Puts it under tunnel. They can't find him. Into sight they'll go. Crowd will throw the delayed showstopper. Gets a bit of AoE damage, and he's caught out. Matza will trade 2 back because there's an old-fashioned colonial line battle happening in Spawn. It's been a win for San Antonio in that individual war. Can they take the round afterwards? Manufacturer has another. Bubbles picking up a look from stairs. Maybe a 1v3. First look onto the Reyna. Looking to peek for more. Hero plays early. Caught by the paint shells. A Manufacturer going to steal that frag away. A 3K for the Brimstone. A 9-8 scoreline after the defuse.
That was a really nice retake coming out here from San Antonio. Arlington overheated a little bit there in towards CT. Just overcommitting to getting the trades when it's just a little bit too late in that situation. Losing the numbers advantage previously had. San Antonio, though, they grouped together, they played together, and ensured that they could get those down pat. Now San Antonio back with the lead. I'd be afraid of them hitting double digits considering all the ultimates that they do have available into this round. Meanwhile, Arlington don't have anything but that orbital strike, which we haven't really seen Arlington use quite yet aggressively, in a sense, to clear out or zone some space on the map. Mostly been saving it for that post.
All right, we're going to have early information off the shoulder peek. Saw to Arcade. Doesn't want to peek for it. Can't blame him. Solid paint shell. Contact, though. But the team's going to move away a little quicker. Patrol will find one off of Scaffold. The second as well. Both drop players dead.
Nice start here for San Antonio. Numbers advantage to keep things going. Because this is a team that wants to take it to that third map, right? Here we're in the lower portion of the group stage. You want to be one of the ones that makes it over towards playoffs tomorrow. Galaxy peeking over just enough bullets to get that pick down onto Wyro, but still not able to get the plant down quite yet. And San Antonio going to be hot on the heels here of Arlington.
Frags traded yet again. San Antonio continue to have the player's advantage. Matcha caught by the aftershock. No choice but to swing into everybody. Good for one. Bubbles will shut it down early. San Antonio now lead by 2.
Double digits. San Antonio. 3 taken. Going really well for them. The early aggression wasn't panning out so well in those first 4 rounds here on the defender's side for UTSA. But just switching over, playing those numbers again and finding that early information, then just pulling back completely to play together. That also has to do with the fact that UT Arlington have sped things up a little bit. I feel like UT San Antonio, after that conditioning, have just known, like, okay, we can just slow things down. They're going to come to us no matter what. And again, ultimate's still online. Not even needed for San Antonio to win that last round.
Off your feet!
Bubbles on close contact. He's picked up one. Will get away as well. Reina diff picked up there. Another orb converted into the drop players, though. Jaquavius finally going to shut the Reina down. No more get out of jail freeze, and the rest of the team can't get out either. San Antonio will take everything. Just one member dropped. 11-8 now.
Timeout being called here. UT Arlington not feeling so good about the 3-round lead that San Antonio are now holding over their heads. We saw them go to OT before, Cat, yesterday. Could happen again here on Fracture, because for Arlington, they want to close it out 2-0. They want to be the ones with the opportunity to play against TAMU after this matchup as the winners, but San Antonio want to take it the distance.
That they do. Found their stride and couldn't have happened at a better time. Got O2'd yesterday. Have managed to bounce back here on Fracture, a map where we went in completely blind. Neither of these teams any official match history on the map, bringing us their first official recorded match result live and in person. San Antonio looking for that 100% win rate when it comes to VLR.
We've seen success off the back of timeouts here for Arlington previously. This time, though, San Antonio have really found their groove, look a lot more comfortable on Fracture compared to Lotus that we saw them on first today. I'm just trying to... I don't know, UT Arlington, I feel like they can slow things down a little bit. Speeding things up, San Antonio has just gotten very used to the pacing of the attacking side of Arlington. I'd like to see them shake it up.
Okay. See if they do. Pretty quick execute coming into this one for Arlington. They made their way into the A site. Plant's going to come down now. Still a Killjoy. Holding into Arcade. Extended gunfight there. Wyro going to stay alive. We'll get back with the team. They'll know about this flank, so I don't know how much value Quavius actually going to have. Not a lot. We'll have to head towards drop instead. It's all 5 stacking up now towards CT. They're ready to go. Showstopper going to queue them up. Galaxy will get out the angle. Doesn't want that rocket headed in his direction. Matcha going to take down the Rocketeer. That's room to work with now. Matcha fault line. K-Rad in for 2. Manufacturer trade back. The drop players now gunning and running it down. Galaxy will take the final 2. Arlington bounce back to win a round.
That's a huge pick to take down Wyro with the Showstopper as well. That could have been a difference maker into that previous round. Meanwhile, everyone else on Arlington, great post-plant positioning to just get away, ensure that they're playing their lives, knowing that there's more time. Now, it's looking tough here. UT San Antonio. This is almost like a must-need round win if they want to keep an advantage. Important swing round for Arlington as well to try and take it to equalize.
Bubbles out first. Flash to bring them in, but can't quite convert. Double satchel out of danger. K-Rad now finally going to get caught. Wyro will grab another, and San Antonio continue to convert the early frags.
again, really fast moves on towards site. Like, you've got Matey with this spike, but everyone has already died towards main. Watching that flank. San Antonio shifting gears as well. They had been extremely passive in the last few rounds. They're over towards A. Aside from dish control, completely switching gears, going back to that A main that they looked toward earlier in this half. And maybe knowing how important this round is for the team. With 40 seconds left, still looking to find some sort of success here, but it's just a spray down. Waro doesn't even need to see him. It's match point. San Antonio, map number 2.
San Antonio looking to take it to 3. Just one round away. Arlington going to have solid buyout back into this. 2 ultimates at their disposal as well.
Three rounds to go here. Arlington have to play perfect from here on out, right? Try to take it to that overtime. Really be prioritizing Matcha and Crad as far as those ultimates go to help find that opening. Rolling Thunder is just so impactful for the execution. Null Command comes out right off the bat, and with the stun, looking to find Wiro here into tower. What is happening?
Okay, a little spray battle. Galaxy going to win that one. Looking for more. Shot at his own teammate. Out the smoke. Was just absolutely flustered after the first look. All good. That spike in hand. Team will remind him. So plant is going to go down. Smile Nano Swarm set up for the post plant. Crad will grab another one early. The Tro Aftershock has forced Matcha out of the angle. Going to push forward into spawn, and he'll win that fight. Good stuff with the utility. Roblox another out of arcade. Player very close. Neural Theft going to get that info away, but a little too late. Didn't wait for it for the peak, and maybe going to catch it because of it. 2-on-3 now for the retakes. Another Sky Smoke going to come through. Gives them the arcade cross, unless maybe has the read. Spams through for a bit of damage. The Tro come back through, though. Out the vision denial. 2 low HP bars. A 2-on-2. A Nano Swarm popped early. Second one as well. Bit of extra damage. Quavius out the corner to pick up one. 1v2 for a 24 HP breach. A hard one for San Antonio to convert, but it would close the map. Going to find the first. Tapping yet again. Jaquavius knows he doesn't have to swing. Won't give him the angle. Now will come through. 2 rounds the difference between Arlington's win and overtime.
Really well played by Jaquavius there. Getting that last pick. Not that last pick, but the one beforehand over onto Manufacturer. It's pretty different. Tide. I can't even talk right now. But it swings the tide, is what I was trying to say. It sways it over, shifts the momentum. Now, San Antonio, money's starting to get a little bit funky in trying to ensure that you can buy for that overtime round if needed. They're still on match point. Like, we cannot forget this, but Arlington are trying to claw their way back.
Trades converted for Arlington, clawing their way back into the early frag victory. They have the B site locked down to confirm. 2 players on the flank. Jaquavius could be in the best spot ever, but he goes for the alarm bot, gets the information, and those all 3 are here. Galaxy still going to get caught. 1 traded back before he falls. A Devour for Bubbles will give Overhealth his direction. Crad trying to get the spike back. You just have to hit your interact button, and you've got it. But they want a Rolling Thunder. They want it all. If he dies, the spike goes away.
No!
They both die. They lose the game off the goofiest ult I've ever seen. We're going to map 3. You're not the guy. Crad wanted to be the guy. He was not the guy. Ashface says it all. Let's not waste time. Let's just go to break. Ash.
Okay, we're going then. I guess we're cutting there according to Kat.
Well, we'll see you guys for round 3.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Force to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and Pin getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here. 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1. Oh, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. 8 Texas teams enter, 1 with a bid into the Arlington National Championship. I'm Catnator, that's Ash. Map 3 is upon us.
Going over to map number 3, we're heading over towards Ascent here, Cat, and it's off a pretty heartbreaking loss on the side of UTA over on Fracture, right? Bit of an overheat moment in that last round while trying to push for that OT situation, but UTSA, they're taking it the distance, and this next map that we are seeing is incredibly different from the last 2 we just had a preview of.
Yeah, absolutely. Big difference going to come statistically here as well. The fact that we actually have statistics for both of these teams. We've seen them both play it 3 times within the last 3 months, and the win rate's pretty decently close. UTA 2 for 3, UTSA 1 for 3. I say the difference comes through on scoreline. Most recent losses are to one of these teams' next opponent is going to be, if they make the semifinals, they're playing TAMU Maroon. Both these teams lost to TAMU Maroon in their last outing. I will say UTA's scoreline was 13-11, while UTSA's was 13-8.
Okay. So something interesting to keep in mind. I guess, regardless, we're going to head over towards Agent Select, right? We're going to check out what these players will be playing into this server now. But, whew.
Speaking,
I don't want to find. What's
why is he on Chamber?
Let him cook.
Why is he on Chamber?
They're going. Okay, it's double Sentinel situation. I'm not mad at the Chamber. Bubbles might just not be a Jet player.
They don't have a flash.
All good. Not everyone necessarily runs Flash on Ascent anyways, to be fair. A lot of teams do run like just the Omen Paranoia. So a bit more of like that explosivity. Might see some slower gameplay out from UT San Antonio. That does tend to be their style anyways.
Yeah.
And with the way Bubbles was playing that Reyna, the Chamber isn't really surprising me. I think that he really could find a lot of value out of this pick, considering the fact that he was able to do so on the duelist role. And with the Chamber, it's going to be a bit easier to get out for yourself, reposition and whatnot with that TP. And then you also have your own little like flank watching ability too.
Yeah, sure. And they were definitely a player that liked to solo lurk, so it might be things a little bit easier to get back out of those angles after the first pick. So I like the rationality coming out. It's been a long time coming, so we've seen a Chamber thanks to some brutal nerfs. We'll see if Bubbles can make it happen. Much more typical competition coming over from Galaxy. I think as a team of Arlington that plays as quick as they do, having a flash at their disposal, especially a rechargeable one, is going to make a pretty decent sized difference.
I honestly think that might also be part of the rationale of pulling out the Chamber pick, is swapping over to that second half. They're going to be on that defensive side second, right? And with the way that UTA has been playing, it's very explosive. Just like, let me send Crad on site like right off the bat. Like, he's satcheling in, sometimes not even able to have someone follow up on him, and running that double Sentinel to try and close it out on that second half could definitely slow him down in that kind of sense. But the other thing we have to keep in mind is when we saw the KJ over on Lotus coming out from Roplix as well, the way that he played it was with the team. He was never the one being like that solo lurking player. So that's why I really think that's going to be the role that we see Bubbles filling into this next matchup in the composition. That's exactly how it's going to turn out. That's that 4-1 split. Bubbles just keeping an eye on mid. Okay, so I think that we're definitely going to see that 4-1 split often from San Antonio, as we saw on Lotus. But a lot more like committed to watching towards mid side, specifically with Bubbles' presence.
And do you feel better about it with it being the Chamber on the one instead?
I think it makes sense in a way.
Okay. Sounded like a no.
Well, the thing is, you're really prioritizing the alt point there with planning the spike there for Roplix, right? Like, already Bubbles is able to get that opening pick, try and watch into that long angle. And because it's the priority is being placed onto the long angles in towards mid, at least for this pistol, I think it makes a lot more sense for Bubbles to be that player than for Roplix, because he has that ability to do so on the Chamber.
Okay. First pick converted for San Antonio, a team that has been converting the first round every single time, have always led at least by 5-1 throughout this series. So confidently the hotter starting team, looking to continue that trend as we stay on the same sides all the way throughout this series. Early contact going to come through off the utility. Maybe it's traded one back. That'll be the mid player expended now. So both frags have come through mid early. Recon broken, but not before it gets a scan. A lot of information for this team. Paranoid going to catch Matcha. Has room lane. Going to pick up one. Litro low, but alive. Manufacturer trying to bail them out the corner here. They're stuck on the workbench. Rest of the team has made it to site. Wallbang for maybe off the Ghost. Enough for the kill. A set paper thin walls, and that's proof right there. Close to CT stairs. Roplex has an opportunity here at this one. Guiding light to try to push him a little bit out of the angle, but he has pushed forward instead. Has the angle on lane. Gives himself away, but has the frag. Maybe a trade back. 3K for the Omen. A 1v2 now. Litro 9 HP. But a Frenzy, a Pocket Vandal at his disposal. Can he make it look good? Can't quite. A 4K for maybe. Arlington take the pistol.
First pistol round in half number 1 that UT Arlington have actually earned for themselves. UTSA have been consistent in grabbing the first pistol of a map for the last 2. I think something else that I've noticed for UTSA as well, with Roplix being the player, the sentinel that actually sticks with the team, is the fact that he's pretty imperative on the execution. That pistol round alone, we saw him using the mollies actually to delay, either cut off the choke so no one can get out of sight while they're funneling in, or deny anyone from coming onto site from the defenders. And then playing the post-plant utility as well, which makes sense as why they are sticking together in that sense instead of going for that late lurk. Already recon out into B garage. Matcha's not able to find anything. It's Aries on board, but Krad's the one taking damage.
That Krad taking a lot of damage, trying to make something happen through the dark cover. Call out wasn't quite there. Matcha finally will get the look. Wyro going to fall. Takes a bit of effort, but they get it done. 2 pistol trades back the other way though. On the mid rotate, Jaquavius. Spectre, deep range, picks up 2, a third to go with it. Gives a lot of time for that recoil reset and makes it happen. Just Bubbles left alive. Got an ult orb for his troubles. Got a pick early in the round. 3 more players to find to try to win an eco.
Super low players though. Jaquavius around the corner. Super weak, but
oh my gosh,
pulling out the judge instead. Unfortunate. Matcha just cleans up 2-0 here. But to be fair, San Antonio, they did a decent amount of damage. A lot of damage removing those shields actually from the side of UT Arlington. Now having to buy those back up, refresh and whatnot. And they got the information that we're going to be seeing those Aries here over towards that B side. Still committing to that B push though, so I'm curious to see if as the match goes on, when rifles do come out, if San Antonio are really just like B site players and will completely avoid A.
Incredible flash. Trillo does info on 2. We got a tile. I saw San Antonio currently reside in the B lobby. Galaxy going to be in good judge position, at least for the one and done. You've seen Antonio continue forward. Bubbles yet again looking for a mid pick.
Yeah, always being this player to creep up silently.
Cat now cleared by the chain. Nothing seen Garden either. See if they opt to pivot off of the early space taken. Masha spamming the Aries, trying to give the cue that it's just him chilling onto site. Trying to give this guy the opportunity to actually make a play here. The mind game might have actually worked out. Is San Antonio going to try to scale here? Scaling directly into trouble. Do they check for Galaxy? Close. Had a chance. Couldn't quite convert. Wyro going to take him down. Judge will have no value. UT Arlington going to get covered off here in the back of the CT spawn. Utah will send them away. Liquor going to find 1 off of the Phantom. Wyro went for switch. Didn't go for the angle. Macho walks away with 1.
Planet going down now as well. Secured here. Bubbles has to use the TP to get out. Anchor in towards that B main side. Arlington are going to feel the pressure of Bubbles' presence throughout this retake situation. The whiff's coming through. And the Aries doing so much work. Paper thin walls here on Ascent.
Gumball had the tag for Matcha. No one got out the peak in time, though. So a 2-on-2 still. K-Rod looking to prod lane. Caught, though, by the Vandal of the manufacturer. Vandal picked up for Matcha, looking for a 1v2. Out the Nano Swarm, now caught, but fortunately through the wall. That head tap won't take him out. Roplex up will finish the job. Everyone from San Antonio has a frag. They walk away with round number 3.
Team Ace to close things out here, and 1-2. You expect them to win out on that anti-eco. It was a little bit expensive, though, with 3 rifles being lost, and Matcha finding a lot of success in those initial rounds. Now just 1 away from Hunter's Fury. But with the buy that we saw coming out from the bonus of UT Arlington, we saw them kind of try and bolster that a little bit with other weapons in pocket, leaving a little bit to be desired, but at the very least it seems to be a couple light shields on both sides. Guiding Light out finds some information. It's a drone to check close in case of that judge once again, but nobody's home.
K-Rod going to be here this time on Cat. Bubbles is getting all that free space 2 rounds ago. This time not the case. Going to get caught in mid. That's the 1 gone from the 4-1 split. So not really a split anymore. Just everybody in lobby going to be known about. So the ult Trailblazer sees 3.
Yeah, that's so much information gathered by the Trailblazer, right? They just have to worry about The Choro, who hasn't been sought out yet. Matcha holding it down here in towards backside. Really nice crossfires being held. The lone controller in towards B main. Lachoro, we've seen him be super clutch before. 2 head taps in a row. They've got 3 more to go. Super weak in this situation as well. 45 seconds left. Lachoro has not been shy to try and earn the clutch up. Let's run over towards that A side, but Spike nowhere to be found. It's just
standing on it. Just in case. He's got the front of shadows up. They stand on it. Just in case. He's going to try for it. And he cannot. Oh, he's holding away regardless. He still got it. They break his body. They stand on the spike. It doesn't matter. He managed to get it away. And opposing from the shadows to go to Wine. Looking to stop the plant. Paranoid's going to come through. Literal will move away to the back of Generator. Has some space. Going to try to play for maybe here. Picks him off. Has room, has to stick this plant. They know it. They're going to look to take him down quickly. Doesn't stick the plant, hoping they would swing. They wouldn't. Time is out. UT Arlington will walk away with the round.
Such a tough situation to be in, but I still can't believe that Laturo was able to grab that spike knowing exactly what the round was going to be like. But I think when Matcha and maybe were trying to share that space, they were just like, they had like their rifles in the middle over the spike, but like their actual hitbox wasn't blocking it. Now, 3rd round in a row here for UT Arlington. Or not in a row, but 3rd round for UT Arlington. Gotta kill the false out. That's the blades shut down right off the bat. Bubbles with the first blood.
I'm very surprised that San Antonio are still opting to play the same 4-1 split with the B lane. Due to the fact that the step out from Crad early cat kind of gives the info that they're aware that this is the consistent default. So I figured going into this round they'd switch it up. They didn't, I guess because Tour de Force is in their hand. And I mean, it worked out, at least at the beginning of the round. Jaquavius has now traded 2 back.
Teleport's ready.
Ooh, you've got Wine position here, though. Bubbles none the wiser, about to clear over, but not even checking, maybe. Just has to wait, hold the angle, Shrouded step back towards A. Regroups with the team. That was a tough player to lose because Bubbles, the one with the Eco Ultimate, right? The difference maker between these pistols. The rest of the teammates on UTSA have. Still trying to group back up, but Manufacturer, there's no way you're going to survive pushing into Galaxy here.
Galaxy has been here close with the judge before. Couldn't convert prior. This time, get his revenge with the shotgun in hand. We'll get one more in addition. 4-1, 3 rounds the lead for Arlington.
Full loadout comes out for CET San Antonio. Finally after the eco rounds, and Crad, last round, using those blades, saving up to put the operator in his own hands. We'll be watching over towards Cat this time around. San Antonio, though, have been pretty consistent in smoking out towards Cat when Bubbles is lurking, but this time we're seeing a 5-stack. Everyone looking to go over towards A main, but that's scary because UT Arlington, they've got the KJ set up here all towards Jenny. Sure, you might have sight, but planting's going to be hard.
They're walking into this with actually no information because they've never been here. Krat's going to pick up one, traded back. Whole team just trying to make it out the dark coverage. Quavia's still going to pick up 2. Galaxy will have the others. And that will end the round just as quickly as it began. About 10 seconds in that one.
That's the thing about Ascent. You can't 5-stack and blitz on towards site Ascent. Like, you technically can. It has worked out in the past. But it's the scariest strat to run, probably, because both A main and B main have extremely small choke points. You can just get sprayed down, shut down by mollies, completely delayed without anywhere to really go off of that. That's exactly what happened. Melted in a matter of seconds. Going into this next round, Crad repositions here now outside of B.
Let's pick up for Crad. It's done a good job of consistently moving this operator. 3rd spot it's been now, and B-main going to produce additional results. Drone out. Spot. Maybe just edge. Yes. So is going to get information. At least one. That's how to be lobby. Question mark if they saw Wyro or not tucked in the corner. Find out soon enough. Should. Turn just before he saw the sheriff.
No.
free look. Instead, it's a flawless anti-eco. He's not the guy.
The woman was too stunned to speak. That's a tough situation.
Momentum killer right there. I mean, they didn't have any momentum to kill, but...
I mean, they're looking to kill the momentum right now. That's the point of this timeout. Also looking to regroup. Trying to figure out how to handle this right now. UC San Antonio, I just want to see a default. Truthfully, I just want to see play slow, play default. We've never really seen this team play a default.
Well, we've seen them play their default, which their default is the
4-1
insane 4-1B lead.
Default.
Correct.
But it's not. But I'm talking about that spread default, like your bread and butter default. That you're spread out. You have like 2-2-1 split kind of situation, right? Wherever that may be on the map, just slow things down a little bit, because right now, even though they are playing slow, UT San Antonio are struggling to find any information anywhere other than when Bubbles is lurking and able to creep up. But Arlington are expecting that and just kind of let him play into their own traps as they let him feel that comfort of safety, but they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's the weird situation where, of course, they have no info anywhere else because they never go anywhere else. Like, you mentioned that Killjoy said that we didn't even get to see utilized on the initial A5 stack. They have no idea that exists because they haven't been there before. Wyro's going to step in, maybe in a great situation. They went for an A stack, didn't work, going for a B stack, and this one not currently panning out either. Roplex trying to send 2 back, got a very low matcha, couldn't quite finish the job though. Jaquavius going to take them out now. The Killjoy Doppelganger having value for Arlington. Just the manufacturer left will pick up 1, a second converted. K-Rad's op will shut down hopes of a clutch.
7-1 here, Arlington. We've talked about how they're a momentous team. Once they get the ball rolling, you can't really stall them out. And UT San Antonio struggling to just find an answer right now. It's tough. It's an eco round to come through, right? But at the moment, UT Arlington, it's a mechanical difference that has come through in a lot of situations. Just also like overall playing together, finding those frags, getting the trades first.
Brad looking to step out here with the operator. Marshall shot gonna go awry. Look for more. Oh my! All the utility expended, but does get out of dodge. Seeker's coming up in the face of Bubbles. No choice but a TP away. Still gonna get caught, and Galaxy will pick that up. Crad going to have value later. Delayed peek. Second look. Second pick to come through for the Jet. No more out of tile. They contain both these players to lobby. Looking to swarm on them. Jaquavius will take 1. Ropeflix, big shot for the other. Left with 1 HP. Another player lane. Couldn't quite take him. Hit the wall bang, and that cost him his life. Macho will finish the job 8-1. Arlington now lead by 7.
So close to another pick though, but man, only 3 more rounds left into this half. Another bite to come through. San Antonio need to start racking up these rounds now. At the very least, a minimum of 2 more are ideal going into that next half, because it feels dire when a team hits double digits, right? Because if UT Arlington managed to close it out with 10, then you're looking at, okay, if they win the pistol, potentially win that second round as well, the match could be as good as done. Having that extra amount of cushion of 1 round is huge. But Odin out now here for Matcha. Finds some information. This time San Antonio not looking to play into that heavy pen. You've already got 1 player though. Wyro's creeped up in towards main.
Trades in mid. Wyro crept up and finds the frags. Roleplay's going to send 2 back to tile. Maybe into the angle, caught by Litro. Finally, San Antonio break the door open to find another round. It just took 6 in a row.
Finally stop the bleeding here. Must need round win coming out from San Antonio, and got a lockdown online going into this round. There's a Hunter's Fury as well. If anything, could look for some combination towards that A side, but instead back to that lean here outside of B. And UT Arlington, I mean, they've got the read. They've got the idea. You have pings already going out there towards B, right? Hunter's Fury comes out early. I think that is on the Arlington side where they're just trying to do some damage into B main. Doesn't find anything.
Oh, had the shoulder, couldn't quite find it. Did get out of dodge though. No harm, no foul. Everybody's still alive early in the round. Still the 4-1 split, this time with the Rays. Gonna look to poke and prod A. I kind of want to touch it a little deeper on that. The fact that Arlington are playing just this very passive Killjoy setup because they haven't seen any extra pressure A. They haven't really been forced to use defensive utility because they kind of know without info gather exactly where they are.
And that's what a default conditioning does. That puts that pressure. It's the whole point of running a traditional default, because right now, UT San Antonio, it's the continuous comfort with that 4-1 split, at least spreading out into a late default, and Bubbles finds Matcha on towards B as well. So a trade for the trade on the other side of the map. Be free for the taking. From the shadows, a lot for that plant, and great rotation for this timing on the flank. Crad!
Couldn't quite find the shot. Gonna get a chance on the player Fountain now instead. Delayed gunfight here. Crad will take that home. We'll have to take away the operator, and that will find value. We'll get lockdowns on both sides. And then diagram online. Licoro will pick up 2 from lane. Does it all. Grabs all 3 for the attainments, or even an option for either side.
One more round before we swap sides here. Not too much for either team to work with as far as those ultimates go. Manufacturer being the only one to really take a big look over at. Again, potential for that zoning for the Hunter's Fury seems like it's just been saved for the post plant thus far, though, on the side of San Antonio. Again, same 4-1 split to come through. The gamble coming out from Arlington, thinking that San Antonio might take this last round opportunity to swap sites, though, is wrong. That leaves mid incredibly weak right now. Finding openings even with that drone early on.
Weak. But Crad the Chad is lurking at the very top. So how weak is it? Bubble's gonna take down the Killjoy setup. That's basically the only real defensive option on A. Galaxy's just going to happen to be here this round. No longer. Pyro's caught him, and now they've got the A site picked up. Crad gonna try to play spoiler. We'll take Trade transfer picked up for the Jet. And just one player the difference now.
Huge mechanical play coming out from Crad, but that was scary because slowly Arlington, when they're up, they do have this tendency to overheat a little bit, try and give those ones away.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, they know that
2
it's
players stalking Grad, and they're going to pick that up. The manufacturer will take him down. 1v3 for the Omen. Fortunately, everybody's main, so it's an easy dark cover to try to push them away. A lot of utility to kill. They've done just that. The Bubbles will step through the smoke to finish the job. 8-4 when it comes to halftime.
Yeah, knowing how much time was in a pinch there for maybe on that retake situation, needing to get it to half early with the dark cover still out. Swapping sides here, pistol round available for San Antonio to potentially try to keep this momentum rolling. We've seen success on their pistols before, pretty consistent in being able to get this first round of the half. But on this map, UT Arlington, they found the pistol first time. Running a much more traditional setup as well as far as those defaults go. Not really pressuring over towards A main. Instead, it's going to be heavy mid presence that they're leaning in towards. Luckily, Bubbles has that rendezvous to get out.
They do. Khan will not scan them. Well, can't rendezvous with Crad. Is too quick on the shots. The one tap will take down the chamber. Patrol up close. Paint shell to give him room out, and he's done just that. Taking his leave. That's the manufacturer now. Will be the player in mid. Going to find 2 picks. Looking for more. Maybe going to shut it down with a nice right click. They've got mid open. Arlington looking to take themselves into the B site. Ropelik's trying to play spoiler in the dark cover. Neither player's crossed just yet. Ropelik's right click in the smoke. Almost had a pick there. Not quite.
All players are on Arlington have like a maximum. Okay, 28.
Oh, Jaquavius the goat. He's got so much time here. Sitting into CT. Gonna use that nanoscore as well to keep these two players away. Roleplex still gonna find one back off of just great timing. Gonna find a low HP maybe. Jaquavius has done his job. Has stalled for enough time to get them onto the A site.
Just trying to find the timing for that flank to come through the lurk to work. But that means they're also split. 5 HP here for Matcha. Could use the recon to buy some time, but also would give away his location.
They see the shoulder. Matcha going to fall. 20 HP. That turret, does it have the field of vision? It does not. Shots on. Jaquavius going to have it. Turret down. Wyro sticking. He'll pick it up before the contact even comes through. San Antonio walk away with the pistol.
Momentum running strong here. UT San Antonio looking for a comeback situation with the advantage on the anti-eco. Potential to take it to only a 2-round lead or 2-round difference between the score lines. But you're seeing pings coming through. We're seeing potential fast round coming in here for UT Arlington. Maybe not even necessarily a fast round, but looking for that initial pick on Bubbles in towards mid and then try and rush into market. But with Galaxy being taken down early, things might just switch up. That's a second into the pocket here of Bubbles. Just 1-for-1s that seems like Arlington are giving out at the moment now, finally looking to regroup.
Smoke now, so the cross going to come through to Cat. This team gonna run into a lot of contention when it comes to Garden. That contact gonna be here now, maybe going to pick one up onto Wyro. Roleplex turret going to find a frag. Matcha will fall. Mana swarms out now. The utility's been great thus far as Lichero continues to grab frags. We'll find the last two. It's a round picked up for San Antonio.
Full loadout finally comes through here for Arlington, though. Nothing close to being online here for ultimates, but right now, Krad's the player to look out for here on the Arlington side. Such a strong entry player, has felt very confident in his mechanics today. You can tell just by the duels that he's been taking as far as that aim, really taking a lot of risk in it as well. Okay, interesting setup to come through. Just so heavily bolstered here on towards the B side. The read is perfect.
Roleplex sitting on the workbench, flashed out now. Players here, no one can see anything. Matcha going to take down one. Jaquavius another. Traded back though quickly by the San Antonio bonus round team, looking to get what they can. K-Rad has made it to site, gonna find one from the back end. Spike still sits on the ground, out of B main, caught by the Paranoia's Galaxy. He's away. Crad will find another, looking for a wall bang, gets chip damage down. Teammate on the other end, and Crad will take it home with the Bulldog.
Told you Crad was the player to look out for here in this round. Solo on site, somehow lives into the late and gets a multi-kill for his troubles. It's a Jet making space there for his team, but things got extremely scrappy on that execution. Util everywhere, nobody could see. Just bullets being sprayed down and hoping to find its mark. Now we move into this next round. And Arlington, one away from those double digits. Swing rounds here, especially important for San Antonio to continue to close this gap.
Trailblazer through the dark cover, gonna clear close, see you later. But so much more to guard and two more players. The 3-stack from San Antonio pays dividends. There's still a Sova on this close angle. Trip activated. Slow this team down. Actually, they break it just in time. No slow field. Space in mid-market. Where do they opt to pivot? Wyro going to find one. Jaquavius, the flanker, now has gone away. Thatcher going to step up. Galaxy will get damage. 11 HP for the Sova. In a close range 1v2. There's space for the Sova, looking to contain the other two lurkers. But Arlington have pulled the brakes here. Not quite sure where they'd like to go.
Yeah, slow things down, but super split up in the process, right? Looking to regroup, try to pinch in towards Tree with the presence on toward Cat. Nobody is looking. Matcha just able to walk up because Wyro's playing in towards Hell, unable to trade it out. Now looking for this last player on the A side. 1v2 situation. Spike drop looking to get planted, but early pressure comes out. Not checking the corner. Bubbles didn't know where it was dropped. He runs out, and a free round there for UT Arlington to double digits.
Bro walked out like he was Yoru clone. Broke through the door, just never stopped moving. It's good timing there.
That was a man on a mission, okay?
The spike's down. Go quick. Good timing for the attacking side there. Holding strong against Bubbles to get to the opposing corner. Bubbles, of course, going to look towards sight there in that situation, thinking they're planting, thinking I can stop the plant. Was not quite the scenario. Now, Arlington lead by 4. Going to be close contact here on towards A main. Stepping away is the defensive off of early pressure. Bladestorm out. Crad can't quite find it. Lichero still a chance for the judge. A hope and a dream in the dark cover. Bubbles going to pick up one back on the flank. Wyro going to take down the Jet. Maybe a trade back to their direction. Caught behind the dark cover though. Do they continue the push? It does not look like it.
Slow things down again, but look at the positioning. San Antonio, complete mid control here. Knows that the rotation does not come over towards that B side either quite yet. The wallbang does come through at the very least, but Roplix is still playing into the corner with this judge. We've seen what the shotguns can do.
It's time. Flash out. Oh, he's caught off. Maybe we'll pick it up off a clean assist. A slick feed puts Arlington into the site. Plant will go down safely. The manufacturer, a bit of a shoulder peek. Matcha didn't quite see it. Gonna have help from Door here. Still very doable on this retake. Hunter's Fury off of sight, so Arlington can hold in the post plan if things do get a little dicey. Haven't thus far. Maybe going to pick up one. A 3K for the player. Hell, Matcha swinging it out just on time. 11-6 now, leading by 5.
Okay, slowly starting to rack these rounds back up, but again, it's a concern here. UT Arlington, momentum, one away from that match point like you had mentioned, and this is the difference maker around here for UT San Antonio. No money left. If they lose this next round, we're going to be seeing series points and probably series because they won't really have much to buy into. Tool de False comes out looking for something early in towards B main. Debating the Trailblazer, gets scanned off by the Recon first though, so has to commit that in deep. Bubbles not even breaking it, just shifts off, trusts his teammate, pushes back in.
Bro. Oh, I forgot. Rendezvous away, didn't quite get the look. Manufacturer going to pick up one. Everyone gets away from this lockdown, and Bubbles in to the angle once again through smoke, picks up one. Arlington going to be down 2 now. Bubbles with a deep down the line shot, couldn't quite find it. Door closed. Galaxy still peeking. Neither player coming up with it, just trades of damage. Out of CT is Wyro. Galaxy, please come that to your team. Did just that. Maybe going to pick it up from the back of sight. Flash forward for Galaxy. Wants it all. Lichero will catch him full blind.
2v4 situation. San Antonio have the advantage, but Jaquavius isolating the ones, able to get to Roplix around the corner. Maybe trying to find something, takes down the lockdown. 1v1 situation. A fake shrouded step to boot, open plant. Roplix has no idea, but the spray comes through. It misses its mark. San Antonio, they win the swing round that they needed so desperately to keep this match going.
San Antonio find their 7th round. Still a tricky buy into this one, but they should be able to get rifles out of everybody.
It's going to be just enough, though.
Please,
realistically. Imagine if you forgot.
click the keys.
Imagine if you forgot. That happened on VCT.
They were strategizing.
Don't strategize for too long. Don't strategize for too long. And surely it does come through at the very least, though. Just like to make us a little bit nervous here on the caster desk.
Spams their green box. Nobody out of cat at this current time. Arlington looking a lot into mid. New defensive setup. See what value it brings. Just the 2 players guard, and they've been playing pretty heavy numbers here the whole game.
Yeah, ensuring that the trades can come through. But again, it's San Antonio that really need to be playing perfectly here on out, right? Try and closing this gap. The first blood, though, is going to be super helpful for that to come through, but Crad is punished.
Playing like Foon. Tried to be off his way into it and found trouble instead. Roleplix out for 2 more. Arlington in a 1v3. Jaquavius the lurk. They know just about where the timing will be. Lachuro going to take him down. 8 now for San Antonio. They brought it within 3.
Keeping things closer here. UT San Antonio. They don't want to let things go too easily. Timeout to be called here by Arlington, knowing they had the momentum at first. Now it's towards that San Antonio side. Money's broken as well. So you're trying to plan here for the next anti-eco to come through after this coming round.
All right, so conversation for Arlington. I think when it comes to mechanics, they look just a little bit better. I think when it comes to decision making, they're having, you know, a little bit more fun than they probably should be. So hopefully this timeout is just to get the brains back under the same mindset. So let's close this one out. We've got another game to go after this one.
That's the other thing, right? Pretty late into the evening now. At least to end off like the first best of 3, right? Because you have a second one to go if you win out this match. And you got to think about the endurance as well. Longer series tires you out a little bit more when you're facing up, especially an opponent like TAMU Maroon. Bit of a monster team to look up towards.
Yep.
You got to keep all the gas in the tank to keep on going, keep that stamina for the rest of the evening. But to force up like a semi-eco situation here, UT Arlington, if they can't find value out of it, will be able to still afford full into the next round. Nice punishment from Bubbles to start.
Very, very nice shot coming out of Bubbles early there. Hold out of the dark cover, looking for more. Timing going to be everything. Here in this one, maybe Stinger's being able to convert 1. They've got actually space the sight. That's a gun they can pick up. And Galaxy looking for a lot more when it comes to spawn. Flash themselves into the angle. Now stuck here against an op, though. Going to pick it up. Maybe not as fortunate. Roblox does manage to find it. Literal will break the turret. That's going to push the Killjoy lane into having to watch an extra angle, having to think about an extra angle. Wyro's out into danger. Quavius can't escape, though. Hoped to get away for free. Was not able to. Traded back by Choro. Now a 1v2 for Matcha. Shockbolt to work off of a Stinger. Gotta be careful about your timing of the peak here. Push forward, looking for the first, couldn't find it. Roleplex has it. San Antonio, a 9th round.
Tough situation there. Respect the early peak to come through. Like you said, trying to find that timing, catch one player off guard because you can't really play post-plant utility in that situation. Defuse comes out, investment into the lockdown to be available into this next round. San Antonio 1 away now from double digits. Only 2 rounds to go. Luckily, they turned the tide in the nick of time, so they don't have to be concerned about that match point weighing on their backs. And lockdown so important here because Jaquavius has opportunity to bring his online as well.
Yeah, that'll make things interesting in the offset here. To make the early round just as interesting. Let's see if they have to play Bobby for that extra orb. Bubbles down early. Oh, hits the shoulder peak. Look onto Crad. He'll fall early.
Yeah, Bubbles has just been really capitalizing off the ops ever since it's come into play. And now, after that first pick, I find it's a little bit more difficult for UT Arlington to figure out how they want to handle the round. Crad is just such an important part of that entry on towards site that things really slow down and the state of play shifts for Arlington. An opening pick for Galaxy on the other side of the map is able to equalize. Now catching the timing off guard perfectly. I just got a little too comfortable in expecting that all members maybe of Arlington would be closer towards A.
Galaxy on door. Broken, looking to flash themselves out. Garden, player has walked away. Pelic unfortunately not going to be there. Maybe going to find Wyro. All the advantage in the world for Arlington here. Roleplex looking to shoot them out of a hole. Can't do so. Jaquavius another. 12-9 the scoreline.
Match point finally for UT Arlington. San Antonio, they delayed it for 3 rounds in a row. Now, again, have to continue to play perfectly, but with even more on the line. You've got only one... You don't even have a round to work with at this point. It could be said and done off the back of this. Map number 3 in this best of 3 series here for the 3rd round of CECC Lone Star group stages. And the bye is leaves a lot to be desired on the San Antonio side.
Bubble's gonna need all the early information. Going to step away, run and gunning his way to 2. Jaquavius a trade back now. Turret out, does not have the contact. Chance for the Sova, has it. Manufacturer with the Sheriff to pick up 1 for their traded back by Matcha into sight. Or Arlington, a 2-on-3 scenario for them. A lockdown up for the retake.
2v3 situation. Lockdown, like you mentioned. Paranoia to work with as well. Clear over towards this stairs location. Lockdown comes out and it's huge because you just have to buy time. Hunter's Fury, though, is big. The Paranoia even better. Not even looking tough positioning there for Arlington to pull out the Hunter's Fury. And a 10th round on the board here. San Antonio, keep breathing.
San Antonio on the pegboard, finger strength quite strong. They still managed to hold on in this one. 2 rounds now between them and an overtime bout.
Two more rounds to go. This round is like a must-need round here for Arlington. Otherwise, Antonio had the opportunity to take it over towards OT. Arlington need to win it out here, or else they won't be left with anything to work with as far as weaponry goes. Guiding Light comes out here, trying to smoke off Bubbles. Lockdown comes out from the attacking side. Bubbles is just going to swing. We know that this player is looking for it. Misses this shot. A nice attempt.
Not getting out, big bro. Never mind. Timing perfect. Thought the concussion would slow him down just enough. Wasn't able to. Arlington plant going to go down. Wyro, the showstopper picking up 1, but into trouble. Jaquavius has 2 back to the direction. Numbers evened at 3. The post plant very much extended.
3v3 situation.
Wow.
Just a spray down in towards CT. Guiding Light finds information. Roplex, though, just swings out for the trade. Lit up by the recon bolts, but it's all over here. 13-10. UT Arlington able to close things out here, Cat. Best of 3's over. It's a 2-1 win. They move on and play against TAMU Maroon next.
Now we got to the rematch after day number 1, 2-0 initially. This time went the distance, but same results. UTA remain on top.
They did, but, you know, some really great adjustments coming out from UTSA at the very least. It just comes, at least on paper, when it comes down to that. Matches were a lot closer in that kind of sense. They were itching to prove themselves, take it all the way to that 3rd map. But now we got to look towards UTA Esports and see how they're going to fare in their next matchup on the other side of this break.
Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The Farnets.
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on Bind. They were 2-round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear, taking on the site, unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
TP, that must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get
number
much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. We'll get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away, so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Has tucked the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace, man.
Ace.
Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Nurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all of these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing 2 things. 1, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself. It's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. In a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the Winneco. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that
block
spot
didn't-
right here
if
for
that-
Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
Oh!
No way.
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade. Uh-oh, blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That
Caduceus
bomb
edge
angle.
guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse. Backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
there's so many other jobs as well that
That's
can
right.
translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there. And I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think, thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that, so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is a creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? We know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, you know, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, you know, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, you know, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us. And and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this. All right. Let's test it. Yeah. Okay. How do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now, I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill gonna come out. There it is, Moose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great catches Billy with the guy, dude. Oh, almost gets the Nero shield. Oh, 5. Yo, yeah. Oh my God!
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I think I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone. That is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Linking in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a save just behind them as well. EK is going to be able to get big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's Jet that...
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
For him, double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here, and all of a second, they get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to. Sky's able to be the limit. They get another. Stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one. Another through the wall bang them because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my God!
That EMP shatter was devastating. 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage fight from the neutral air. Holo is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize, air dodges in.
We're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of their
reverse.
own. They do the same exact thing. Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Midland. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan. Toucan
wow.
with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal.
There.
Pond is also available,
There.
so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. 1 member of the opposing team already down, 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OCM first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself. Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this 2nd place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1 and 2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. 1 read there from Little Mac is going to take less than neutral air.
Our number one clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collat.
Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yes, he needs more.
They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Welcome back, one and all, to the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. We're down to our final 4 teams, all hoping for a bout at the final bid into Arlington tomorrow in the grand finals. I'm Kat, that's Ash. Who we got up next in the semis?
Well, we just saw UTA take a 2-1 W over UTSA. So that means they move over to semis up against TAMU Maroon on the other side of groups here, heading into that playoff bracket, right? And TAMU Maroon, this is a team that I think everyone's familiar with. You got to keep an eye out for them. A really strong contender here, and UTA definitely the underdog in this matchup.
Yeah. Without a doubt, the underdog going into this one. Another best of 3 queued up. One of these teams goes up against Blinn College tomorrow. Already know the results of that other semifinal. Blinn in, that's what I'd argue, the number 1 seed going into the group stages. The number 2 seed being Texas A&M, now looking to fight for that final spot.
No, that's definitely for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup does play out, though. We have the maps to take you guys through. And let's check out what we have on deck here. Kat, are you anticipating anything in particular?
Not really. I'm interested to see what the set list looks like, and we'll get a familiar face. It appears to begin things off. Texas A&M opting to head to Ascent. I actually kind of like that call. A team that gets the bye coming into the semifinals since they won out yesterday means that they had the time to watch UTA play Ascent and now can use that knowledge immediately into this series.
No, that's a really good point to make. Could do a little bit of studying live on site, right? But then that means we're heading over towards Pearl for UTA's pick. I think this is a really interesting pick for UTA. I feel like it does play well into their style of play as well, which is a little bit more puggy, have that flexibility where you're really relying on Crad like for going in, fragging out, and just like creating that space for the team. Then that last map is going to be Lotus. So in this map pool, it's 2 out of the 3 maps are maps that UTA have already played today, and both the maps that they actually found success on over in their last matchup.
Yeah, very true. When it came to Pearl for UTA yesterday as well, we saw them look pretty successful. 13-6 scoreline against UTSA in what was the initial bout for those 2 teams. And to your point, they just made contact look very good. It definitely was a map that fostered well around their play style. Now they've got to take things up against Texas A&M. These teams have faced on this map before. That was in the LCQ. That was a 13-11 scoreline in the quarterfinals. Texas A&M the victor of that one.
Definitely are, but we got to check out what agents are being brought into the server here, right? Just hovers thus far. UTA, though, looking to maybe switch things up slightly. I feel like the Phoenix hover is probably just, I honestly, you know what? It might not even be just like a bait coming out from Crad, right? Do they go double Senti? Are they actually committing to that?
I don't hate the idea of switching things up, especially we mentioned the ability to review VOD, so just come through with a completely different look. That does seem to be the picture they're painting here. Double Sentinels out for sure. The last choice now, what duelist do they come into the map with?
Okay, it's actually going to be the Phoenix locked in. I think Phoenix is really strong on Ascent, to be honest. He had those buffs a while back. Still hasn't really found his way back into the meta as a popular duelist, but he can be extremely impactful, especially with that run it back, which plays very well into Crad, who is this, you know, go-getter duelist, always creating space, not afraid to go in alone, and having that extra life on the line for you when the ultimate is online just plays so well to just like the mechanical strength of UTA.
I will see if the new composition does take effect. We got a pretty close scoreline in their last bout, a pretty close scoreline last map as well to close out the final best of 3. U2 Arlington, of course, had to play a little bit longer. Got an extended break, though. Hopefully some food, some water inside of them, and a win, hopefully, in their future.
This goes here.
Pissed around to start things off here. Cypher set up over towards the A side, and just a really nice spread on the defense. UTA really looking to just rack up these rounds on the long half for them. Texan it's A&M, though. Right off the bat, that's the dark cover sent out here towards Cat. TNM looking for this mid control, but the alarm bot is watching Crad, ready to pop the curveball off of it.
Is it just that? Paranoia out. Jet into trouble. K-Rad going to find the first. Nobles managed to get to market. Crad caught with a hands inside of their grass. Can't quite take any shots. Bing Chillin going to take one. Traded back, though, by 2 UTA players on the B site. A 2-on-2 skirmish here, trying to take the spike to the site. Is Matcha going to find another? KHS kind of caught out here to mid-market. A 1-on-3 to try to win this round out.
Yeah, tough situation to be in. Spike down for stairs as well. Creates a perfect opportunity for a crossfire to be found. Nice little tuck, though, coming out from KHS, avoiding that recon. Can't throw any util of his own, though, because he's got to play quiet contact. UTA aren't quite sure where he is. Steps made, though. The shots fired, looking to isolate one player, but great positioning from Maybe cleans things up. Pistol round here into the hands of UTA. Texas A&M looking for a save into round number 2.
Yep, Arlington going to find a pistol round yet again. Took them all the way to map number 3 last series to finally convert early, and done so immediately here in this one. 4 Spectres picked up for now. See if Crad wants to join the party on the anti-eco. A token buy. Oh, it's rescinded. We'll go Spectre. Back to the normality. Macho will have the Ares instead, looking for the wallbang outside of the lobby.
Every single time, without a doubt, gonna go into Matcha's hands, right? Usually pulling out the Odin when enough credits are allotted. But that turret gets taken down early. Just a slow default here across the map with prioritization over towards this B side for TAMU. But again, the sprays come down, and Matcha's actually the one feeling a bit of a world of pain for that one this time.
Cracking a poke and prod at mid. Spectre hard to have value at range, so has backed away. Blaze wall queued up on Pizza. It's up now as Crad, the one stuck in the oven, does manage to sneak away. Alarm bot going to be the early tell here. It's the Texas A&M squad getting all that early space. Noble, the starter, back in early into this one. Saw a bit of action with aggro earlier in the series. No funny business this time around. The semifinals, there's no double elimination going forward, and they don't opt to play any shenanigans. Maybe still going to pick up one onto Thieni. Everything in tree right now. Texas A&M going to try to continue to scale. His team on the eco, so difficult to get that space, but they have managed to make it out towards the doorway where Krad's ready and waiting. Going to pick up one, maybe now out the smoke. Krad has another, maybe to pick up one, and a cleanup from Matcha. 2-0 the scoreline.
Weapons advantage comes out on top here for UTA. Texas A&M are gonna definitely struggle to find openings here. We're gonna have to look for a lot of value coming out from Thieni, I think, in this particular half, being the player on the KO, looking to find the 0 points to try and suppress either Sentinel, depending on that site hit. But an extreme setup here towards that B side is going to be done. for the side of UTA, really focusing in towards switch, where they expect TAMU to try and push in, close that door. But it's mid control once again that Noble is always looking for. Good for the first.
For more through the dark cover. Bulls won't quite connect, and Texas A&M going to opt to head to the A side with their man advantage.
Rotation actually being called, though. More of like a bait and switch situation in case there is anyone close enough for that sound bait. Not really the case. But regrouping here now outside of B. But that read from UTA for the setup to be over towards this site is really strong because it gives a lot of potential for Macho to try and buy time on site, get those picks down, earns the first, and Flash is huge.
That was their own flash.
Yeah.
Timing's awkward. Noble gets caught by the flash drive, and that ends up costing him his life. The end, he almost falls to the Nano Swarm as well. Is going to stay alive for now. KHS has found the player on site. Galaxy looking to throw a thorn into the sides early. Has tucked the 0 point. Smoke gone, though. B-main player going to pick him up. Do a second look off of it. Maybe finally to shut it down, but it's too little too late. There's no teammates left. It's a 1v3, a fake shrouded step. Trying to open up some options for him. Dark cover going to shut him all the way out of this one.
Tough here because Big Chilling super low at that 31 HP, right? Not in a tradable position, but luckily for TAMU, Arlington, with this being their bonus round, maybe just not actually trying to go for that defuse, go for exit frags, knowing how low these players are. Take them out, remove these rifles in hand. It's a reposition, get a Spectre for the spray down as well. Lex to go with this Sheriff. Big Chilling just shuts that down. So still 3 rifles carried over, but a lot of shields knocked out in that past round.
Yeah, shields knocked out indeed. Have to be rebought going into this one unless they opt to stay on the light armor. All those Phantoms going to be quite favored in such a thing. Be free one taps for them rather than 141s.
Looking over at that alt economy though. Oh, already into round number 4, and Phoenix Alt, you don't need too many ult points to have that come up and be able to be used, right? So already there for a retake situation or just to clear out info early. I think it would definitely be a lot more potent to save. Very brave shrouded step up on top of arches. Luckily it does pan out. Nobody watching here. Very passive mid hold into market, knowing that there's so much sentinel utility to watch.
Crowd sitting in the dark cover. Fades now. Thieni going to shoot first. We'll have the pick there. Texas A&M good yet again. The opening frag.
That is smoked across, so hoping to draw out this paranoia. Works perfectly. UTA no longer having it available in any sort of retake or stall situation. TAMU now shifted gears over towards this B side.
Lots of util out, but this crew has managed to get through. Texas A&M plant will go down onto the B site. Now time for their post. Drones through, has info on just the one. Dark cover's already up towards B main. Doesn't spot that player there, so KHS a possible chance at an angle here. A lot of vision now to stall for both teams. Noble going to pick up maybe through that cage. KHS will have another. That's the B main anchor. Looking for more on Damacha. Has that. Jaquavius a trade late and Dill to finish the job. 2-2 the scoreline.
Okay. Looking over towards the side of TAMU now. Okay, whoa, I don't even have to look over towards the side of TAMU now. We're already having a timeout being called here from UTA. Looking to slow that down early on. Talk about what just happened in that last round. Knowing that TAMU are a team that they have to be careful with, being such a top-seeded team, with the skills that they bring to the table and the experience into the server. This is like, what was it in our last matchup? I don't think any timeouts were called until like there was at least like a 4 or 5 round advantage between either side.
Yeah, it was a long time coming. I think UTA recognizing the strength of the opponent on the other side of the map, the recognition of let's error correct as quickly as possible to make sure nothing snowballs.
Absolutely. Important things to keep in mind because, again, Arlington themselves are a momentum-based team. right? It's not that they can't win rounds if you're going like back and forth. It's just that they are a team that likes to have that start into just like confident play and having that synergy, just totally going into that flow state of the game. Now being pushed onto an eco round, trying to see what they can do with it. Stack here over towards the A side, maybe some early aggression. TAMU knowing that UTA do like to push out on the attacking side, though, just sitting back.
Crowd flash coming through. Galaxy going to pick up one on the eco. Traded back, though, or both of those looks. Deep Gelato. Texas A&M going to walk their way directly into the A site. The only contention going to be towards door. That player won't make any moves. So Plant for sure going down.
Maybe he's just holding a sliver right now. Fragment goes out, but what? A shot to come out for maybe. Spike dropped, easily recovered with a cloud burst. Door closed for safety now, and 3v3 here. Plant to go down here in the hands of KHS.
Yeah, so I'm going to kill a bit of time off of scaffolding. Matcha first peek will come through now. Gets the shoulder of Noble. Still some info. Has to break the recon bolt. Gets spammed heavily from under hell. Is able to stay alive, though, despite the floor bangs. Back into the angle now. Does pick up one with the frenzy before the trade comes through. Jaquavius gets the sight. Caught early. Maybe a chance on the flank. Is spotted. KHS has the frag. A 3K picked up for the Omen. Around for Arlington.
That's a huge round to convert. A Thrifty to come out here for Arlington, and what a way to do it. I mean, hey, they were looking good on their Thrifties before. We talked about it over on that Fracture matchup earlier today when they played against UTSA, and they look really, really good. That added just confidence and almost like the lack of fear of throwing your life away, I think, in an eco round just does very well for the way that UT like to play and just taking those gunfights and having that confidence in it. Now, that means, Tam, you have to come back from that. Strong team, though, shouldn't be too tough for their mental. It's constant mid control that Noble is always looking for. Still conditioning this dark cover over towards Cat. Just a default spread. No mid information this time around, though, for Arlington.
We'll have just the turret, so the only bit of mid. Turret has tagged just a bit, so defensive adjustment on its way. A Cypher and a Sova both have opted to watch toward defender spawn. Texas A&M posturing for the B-split.
What gets scary here, though, is that's both Cloudbursts now used by Noble, right? Blades out, nowhere really to go other than towards sight. Macha Util out, finds the frag regardless, and UT Arlington having a really good look here. Of course, TAMU, they are still on an eco. Just trying to find space here towards sight.
Ballbang's doing value towards lane. Galaxy going to pick up one through the dark cover finally. He'll be Bing chilling to fall through his own smoke. Jaquavius has another. It's two for the back of the site. Will be enough to defend for a 4-2 scoreline.
Full loadout, though, back in hand here for TAMU. Expensive round. That did go through, though. That was Hunter's Fury out. And I believe that was the From the Shadows was used into that previous round from TAMU as well. But at the very least, still have a lockdown to look towards. Probably going to prioritize getting Theany the ult online. Having that null command, especially potent and important up against two sentinels that you have to deal with. Just completely nullifying any of that stalling potential on towards sight. But we're running it back here. It's always been chilling and Noble in towards mid side, constantly smoking up towards Cat. Instead of arches, though, they're going to be looking into tree.
I want to be looking back. Smoke going to come through now. That'll be the Division Denial. So maybe still going to pick up the information. Paranoia coming through to stall. Has to back out of the space, though. It's a deep fragment lineup. That comes all the way from spawn. Catches maybe there. It's all a ruse. They'll be headed to B.
What I really like about how TAMU is dealing with mid, though, is they know that with the conditioning of the smoke up towards Cat, noise gets made, and then that forces the paranoia out every single time. from the shadows gets used by UTA, and not seeing anything on towards the B side ends up being cancelled. Not looking to get caught out, just looking for that information. Hearing those steps, plants go down, and that's the attack side. Killjoy coming out. Hunter's Fury, nothing to do to get that down.
Noble will end the run it back. KHS will take Cypher early. Everyone else manages to get out of the danger zone. Timeout now expended. Arlington going to step forward back into playtime. Bing Chilling will pick up 1 second to go with it as Dill will hold down lane. The retake all but shut down now. Just Macha in a 1v4. Opts to go for the recon. Can't quite find the shot. KHS can find his, though. Just the 1 round differential now.
Push onto an eco round this time. Unless UTA elect to just force up in this situation, can just barely afford so for some players. It's going to be the call here coming out from the IGL, knowing the lockdown is still up. Expended the one of TMU into the last round, being a big part of that win condition in securing site. But when it comes down to what we've got going on here for UTA, it's an important round win for them because TAMU, off the back of this win, could potentially flip over to the advantage.
Lethal up towards mid. Dark cover going to be ran directly through. For Noble, actually, that does enough to stall. Is it going to take extra space there, and Texas A&M left without the additional information?
Creep back up here towards the mid side. Slow contact up this time, though. But the stinger comes out. A lot of damage done, but not able to secure that pick.
So close, but could not finish the job. Maybe next on deck. Stronger gun. Oh, doesn't matter. Noble gonna have the read through the dark cover. Galaxy will pick up 1, just barely. Gets out of dodge on scaffold as well. A low jet on site. Galaxy could find him, could even the numbers. Quavius will instead out of mid. Noble, even though on 30 health, still once more picks up a 3K for his commitment. Asmasha now to step forward. A recon bolt in tow. Teammate will throw the lockdown in towards door. Knows these players have to push for it. Quavius will break the door. Doesn't know the cat players here on the flank. KHS going to win his time. Everybody has gotten out of this utility. No worries here for the post plant team. Macha looking to step forward. Caught the shot and step. Looking for the jet. Can't find that. A 4K now for Noble.
Oh, the reload.
Ace stuffed by Jaquavius off of the reload. A one-on-one. Last player door tucked. Tamed so long onto this lurk. Able to find it all. KHS will finish the job. It's 4-4. It's a tied score.
Perfect positioning that you were talking about there, Kat. KHS being the difference maker into that round. Had all 3 players been into A main, could have been a different story. Now, keeping things close. I mean, 4-4, Arlington really doing as much as they can to keep it tight, but Texas A&M slowly making that comeback, trying to take the advantage over. Opportunity to do so, of course, in this round as UTA are on into an eco.
Walk up for mid. Danny going to find. Push up out towards Gelato. Going to stop that one early. Jaquavius will send one back. That'll put us at even score line. Or even player count. The omen on Cat, maybe confident in the cross, is able to get out. Reposition for the defensive.
Look at the smoke. I understand why you smoke that, but at the same time, it's like the most obvious situation, right? Knowing that someone's probably pushed up, Crad trying to capitalize off of it regardless, get the timing on that drone, not enough. Free A site here for taking UTA on an eco, not having the numbers advantage either.
Planned on site for Texas A&M. Back to A they go. Need to hold on the post yet again. Came down to the wire last time. A big flank from KHS. Was able to seal the deal on that one. This time it's against pistols, so shouldn't be anywhere near as close unless Arlington are really able to make something happen here. 2 players tucked towards hell. Dark cover gonna stunt the rest of the members, keep them out of the play. Yenny, good to find the first. Maybe a trade back though. All the kills on the KO right now, who remains alive. Close onto the site. Dark cover's fading. Jaquavius gonna find it through the wall. Dark cover gonna go onto the spike. You have to hold on to this one. Jaquavius will find a 3K. Still not halved. Not onto it at all, as maybe Dill just spamming through. He's too scared of it. Sheriff killed if he had, but round lost. Picked up for Texas A&M instead.
Might have been a round loss, but man, UTA made them hurt for it. Expensive round loss, that is. All weapons out into this round now. Seeing a buy up come through here, right? It's been... Hold on.
This goes here.
Hold on. Is it just me, or have TAMU been buying light shields for 4 of their players?
That's their thing, actually.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's their thing.
They're light shield
it works
buys.
a lot better into full Vandals. A sense of map where Phantoms are a lot more viable thanks to close range angles. I don't think it's nearly as effective. But yeah, we hit on this a little bit yesterday. The fact that I think SK Rally Grab 1, I think in pro play, players dabbled about 3 months ago with let's just buy lights because we're going to get one tapped in the head anyway.
Yep.
I don't think it holds as true against Phantoms, especially if you have the money for the full shield.
No, I definitely agree. You also just, sometimes it's not really a risk to be taken, although that was, I do remember that. There was a pro team that was trying to make that work.
Yeah, NRG tried it for a long time. And was pretty successful, but more for their bonus round, allowing them armor or light armor rifle, and then they just had a really strong bonus after round 2. So it's like a insane extension of that, where I think NRG brought it out, said this works really well, and other coaches in tier 2 started trying it. I don't think it was as successful as they wanted it to be, and it has not made much of a difference in this game. We're still tied.
It's a bit of a gamble as well. It does preserve your long-term economy a little bit more, which is why we can see some players on TAMU still being able to force up to that hero rifle coming out, that being KHS alone this time. But interested to see how that does pan out for the remainder of this series, and if they do shift away from that at all with how tight this is getting. But already, fast start here. Noble looking to go in here towards the A site. Dashed up on top of Jenny. That's both updrafts used.
Good point. Both updrafts gone. Makes it a lot harder to get the scaffold now. Has managed to make the longer route. Looking off that box. Will be here for the contact, but did not go their way. Jaquavius will win it. Crad will grab another. Still Sheriff. Going to try to be the equalizer here as they continue on through Dort with the rest of the roster. Shots on for both sides here. Theani will have a quick trade. 2-on-2 still. Low killjoy though. Theani will find another. Jaquavius, it all to do with a low HP bar. Can't get it done. A 3K for the KO. A 1-round lead for Texas A&M.
Big 3K too. I mean, they knew exactly where Theani was playing that entire time. Popping that null command just gives it away, and just able to come out on top in that situation. Now, last round before he swapped sides here, I'm looking over at UTA. Like, Texas A&M, they're comfortable right now, right? Maroon Squad knows they're going in with, at the very least, an even half. Could find some sort of advantage, but UTA nearly have all 5 ultimates online.
Jaquavius tucked towards sight. Oh, they know at least he's here. 0 point forward. Recon now as well. Jaquavius in a world. Wallbang comes through. Danny gonna find it thanks to a nice big red outline. Crowd will send one back off the run it. Is still alive. Has come back to scaffold thanks to the ultimate. The cheapest one in the game has given value. So he'll jump down into trouble. Galaxy going to pick up a trade still. Spike down for the moment being. Noble trying to fight for it back. Has done just that. Has room on site. Just needs to get the rest of his teammates out for help.
Lockdown coming out here now from TAMU. Bit of a Hail Mary play, but the risk is it doesn't cover all the way up into scaffold, right? So you've got a double up here. Nice flick coming out from Matcha, but the double swing comes out. Maybe just needs to clean things up. What a spray transfer to tie things up. 6-6, maybe going hot into this matchup. 13-5.
Tied up in this one. Arlington, a team that played a bit more successfully on the defensive end last bout between these two teams that ended in a 2-round difference for Texas A&M. I think the issue going forward now on the attacking side is they're playing with the extra Sentinel, whereas last go around they had the traditional Jet, but they swapped what was the Cypher with a Sky, and they swapped the Sova with a Breach. So they had double flashers and just played incredibly quickly, where here on the attacking side, they're now playing with just a Phoenix as the solo initiator / duelist. And I think that's going to create problems with them getting out of chokeholds. If they can somehow get the site, though, post plan's pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of lurky plays that you're going to see coming out, right? Waiting to see as well if TAMU might get aggressive. It's the case this time towards A main, using this one way to try and creep up. Just a jiggle peek coming out from maybe. That's at least 2 people that he has spotted out. TAMU, knowing that they've already put this pressure over towards that A choke, will just fall back. Just playing like a bit of a death ball situation there, not even leaving each other's sides.
Arlington in mid. Dealt with the turret quickly. Cage for some space and everything out of Cat right now. Theani Noble going to pick up 2. The camera to tag for some info. Dart tried to get a bit more broken early. Oh, wallbang from Galaxy. Second pick for Jaquavius out of Tile. The mid players will get their get back. It's 2 picks for both in that department. Spike to be reacquired for Arlington.
All split here on TAMU as well. Arlington, you've got, a 2-1 split. Galaxy's on the lurk, just trying to find a timing on a rotation. Meanwhile, the other two sticking together. TAMU making the call now to finally regroup in the same kind of fashion here towards the A side. Time is ticking. Noble just has to buy enough. There's 1 pick to the head. A spike looking to be planted. KHS could potentially just deny it now. It's going to be the case. It's perfect.
Round over. Galaxy will get a pick, but cannot convert the round. Texas A&M will take a pistol.
First round of second half here on the board for TAMU. Now, buy up to ensue, right? You've got a Phantom in the hands of Noble. For UT Arlington, stuck with those pistols. Curious to see if they do go towards that defaulting that we saw previously in the pistol round. Will be the case this time. I wasn't sure if we could have seen them like just stick together. Try to play numbers advantage. But TAMU also aren't really the type to necessarily let up on going for those first points of contact. They'll play passive, they'll play respectively, but they'll also make sure that they have some sort of map control and information. Instead of A main, though, this time it'll be towards mid. But again, they're not going to push out too far. Don't want to give anything away for free.
Absolutely. And in what they lacked on physical presence, A main, they gained in utility. 0 Point got the info instead. Still the closest point of contact when it comes to the B side, and we'll have util once again before he ever has to shoot the trigger.
Yeah, that's the thing. 1 minute on the clock. Spike rotated all the way from A over towards B. Galaxy somehow finds Big chilling on the lurk situation, but still, UTA, that presence, it's rotations being called over from TAMU. They're going over towards B, though. At the very least, stalled come out here from Dill.
Crowd's running back. Space here. Able to pick up 1. Galaxy gonna have a trade. Dill back a boathouse. Only player to the back of the site here. Noble Phantom in tow. Doesn't know. Crad, the sneakster in the back here in market. Noble going to find 1 towards lane. Maybe a trade. Still 33 HP. A stinger, a dream, and a shot from maybe to put it all in the ground. 8-7. Arlington will convert.
Extremely expensive round. That was a free Phantom now into the hands of Crad. Now forced onto an eco. Nothing to bonus with. It's just going to be eco weapons across the board. Definitely just pistols in hands here for TAMU. Noble might try to get aggressive to find some sort of early pick. Try to get the blades online at some point in this round. Could be enabled here by a pop flash out toward mid. But an immediate dark cover denies vision.
We're still going to continue forward. Play just on the edge of the smoke in case anyone's walked up. Dash window activated. Going to create some opportunities here. We'll see if he's able to capitalize. Brought the whole team, the whole gang looking to jump somebody in mid. 0 points going to come down. We'll get just the suppression on Crad. Oh, not in the circle in time. Snowball spamming, just hoping to get somebody to peek out. Did indeed. Got a one tap. Not enough to kill, though. This is why you buy full armor.
I know exactly where you are.
Neural Theft comes out. Now just looking for information. Who are they going to swarm around? The decision is going to be over towards that A side. Again, a mid lurk coming out from Matcha. Try and delay. Really great cam coming out here from Galaxy. Around the corner, just trying to do some damage. Take Bing Chilling out. Hurts for it. But now it's Dill left alone in a 1v4.
2 low HP bars. Saw the Sova early. He's so low HP, but couldn't quite convert. Got dealt with quickly. It's one of the low HP bars. Knows where Matcha's location is. 2 players stacked up, though, on scaffold. Both healthy. Shoulder peek out first. Look for the flash drive in. They managed to pick it up. Crad will finish it off the curveball. 8-7. Arlington will take the lead just by 1.
Keeping things competitive here. Talked about Arlington being the dark horse underdog in this situation up against TAMU, putting up a really good fight. I mean, they have faced off against each other on Ascent, like you had mentioned previously. This time, scoreline, keeping it really tight. Run it back, available. UTA, looking to find, I think just maybe even get rid of the KJ util early, to be honest, with the run it back, not necessarily commit towards B.
Come back forward. That will expend all the Killjoy utility.
One molly.
Good comps. Will kill most of the Killjoy utility. Molly remains at their disposal to try to guard off switch. Arlington, after breaking the setup, has opted to reset. Still a lot of time in this round.
But it's nice choke control that we've actually seen from UTA on the attacking side. Sure, you push up, you use the run it back, you get rid of all that KJ util, then it's a super deep tripwire that gets to get thrown out there into main, right? So right now, TAMU cannot push into B main without being known.
One paranoia through Garn just pulled 2 players. The Sova's moved space off of CT. He's gotten back in time to still be a threat from the defending angle. But still in a world of hurt now against the Arlington squad off this fake. Maybe going to pick up that site player. KHS trying to get into the fray, has done so. Noble as well out of CT. Still going to have value off quick rotations from the defensive end of things. Maybe TP's the trouble. Noble to pick that one up. Jaquavis is all to do for Market. Can't make it happen. Bing Chilling a trade. 8-8 the scoreline.
Quick enough on that call to rotate back. Right now, UTA, important round for them to win. Well, it's a pretty important round for either of them to win, right? You are equalized at this point. Money situation starting to get tight. This could go all the way towards that overtime. You got to really think about that long-term economy. Still playing into the light shield tactic that you talked about previously. It's just going to be a hop up here. Galaxy looking to find info with the cam. Line up for the knife does come through, denying that Cypher util any further. Bing Chilling just got to hold that one way. Across the map in towards mid. That's Crowd taken down early in a very important entry for the side of UTA, especially considering what is happening.
Timing gap. Noble able to walk through the trip. Doesn't matter. Galaxy and maybe will send both mid players packing. All is good in the world.
Info gathered mid though. I feel like TAMU at this point probably anticipate that shift is going over towards that B side. From the shadows to come out for that nice rotation in, and maybe a perfect pinch here on towards Dill. Concerned about the remainder of the map, and Arlington, they just need to plant at this point. TAMU down by 1 here in a retake situation. Bing Chilling at the very least still has that paranoia to try and zone some players out.
Drone from the back of the site. It's not seeing anything early for the retake. Jaquavia still tucked towards B main. Dark cover to fade now. Found one. Just the footsteps. The KO and will just get out the angle. Yanni going to step down lane. Currently pinched between site and B main. Looking to step forward and caught by the wall bang of maybe a 3K for the Omen as Arlington back in the lead.
Neck and neck series. TAMU still able to forward a full buy here. Gonna pull out the blades for Noble. But UTA finding a lot more success here on the attacking side than I was genuinely anticipating, purely because of the composition that they have, right? We thought it'd be really difficult for them to try and worm their way up. But with the slow style of play and the adjustment, I feel like TAMU probably anticipated, you know, this faster team. And now you have to make the adaptations come through. Paranoia goes big.
Yeah, Masha going to pick it up off of it. A second look as well. Both players nearsighted. Jenny will grab one before they inevitably go down. A one-player lead for the team with one round at their advantage.
Northrop comes out here. Information given now over towards UTA. Weaker side looking to be that B site. It's a fast dash over. Attacker side of Killjoy ult comes out as well. Dill saving the lockdown. Never mind, no longer saving the lockdown, but it's Noble just going straight in. No!
KHSCT going to pick up one last, of course, the detainee. Crowd will have that, a 3K picked up. Arlington looking to rewrite the history books in their last bout and come away the victors.
I think he's calling that timeout now here for TAMU. UTA, I feel like taking very much so advantage of the information that they're able to garner just purely from, honestly, like trips and alarm bots that they're putting down at very early choke points. So it's difficult right now. TAMU are kind of forced to sit on a site, push out together, try and break that utility, but it's making it really hard for them to find any sort of map control on the defender's side, which makes it doubly more difficult to make those mid-round calls and guesses as to what the positioning of Arlington is.
As interesting for a team with such limited attacking utility. They've really made things work on the attacking side. I mean, talked about that they're a team that if they can get space are going to be more than capable of defending it, and they've proved to be exactly that. Even some of these Cypher trips, going early down deep into Cat, throwing trip on Cat in space that they don't get initially out of the spawn walls is interesting.
Curious to see what adaptations do come through. I feel like TAMU are putting a lot of respect on the fact that Arlington have so much flank watching ability, right? But I'd be interested in maybe like a mid to late flank coming out from just any choke point, to be honest. The early ones don't really work out as well. You can go early on just to break that utility without overcommitting. But I think getting a late timing with the fact that UTA are constantly going pretty late over towards site for the actual plant could catch them off guard and put a lot of pressure on them and the execution. We'll have to see what does happen when that next full loadout comes out, because TAMU right now looking to do as much damage as they can. I mean, it's double digits here for UTA. Could just be one away from match point super soon.
They'll cover up. Ult going to find one. Galaxy another. Reconned out is Thieni going to peek into trouble. Now expended. Watching to trade back the other player on site, and Dill left in rotation and left in a 1v4 retake.
Yeah, you're gonna break glass here. Spots out the cam. But there's no way you get out of this at this point. Really just going for those exit frags. Just barely dodges that shock dart. Just a hop up after the contact is had. A team ace here for UTA, 11-8. TAMU were the favored team to win here in this best of 3, but it seems like UTA has done their homework. They've swapped up the composition from that last time, as you talked about earlier, and it's panning out.
This is as many rounds they were able to grab last go around. When it came to the last chance qualifier, this time not looking to be stifled before the ending marks. They've managed to come away with the 11 early. Now a chance to try to close the door on this one. Look towards mid for the attacking side.
Just such a different look coming out from UTA. Push up towards mid. Really nice paranoia thrown out. A cage to get out as well. Even dodges. Paranoia. That's already a lot of utility that's not rechargeable. Expended here in towards the mid side off of Galaxy's presence alone. Typically expecting it to be Crad, the one who's sneaking up into mid market.
Cage triggered.
Second cage triggered. Another really deep trip. It's just so much map control with utility alone that UT are able to garner on the attacking side that I feel like they shouldn't.
Yeah, it's really nice, right? It's not even physical presence. It's
Yeah.
being able to throw util so deep is so interesting without that having to diminish their flank watch either, since they have the additional killjoy utility to utilize. Speaking of that, Nanoswarm will come down for Dill. Shrouded step across. This is an awkward spot for him to be in. Too often than not, we've seen players caught through the smoke. We'll see if Dill can change the tail, make something happen coming out of guard, and going to get hot by the Fury. Going to shut it down in the next shot, though. 2 picked up for the defensive early. Jaquavius will trade just 1. They've got the Omen to sight. He walked through out of door. Crad going to find KHS. Just 12 seconds to get a spike on sight and planted. Door easily breakable if Dill wants to try to deny. Going to opt to do so, but plant's going down almost under hell. Crad caught. He's fallen, and the rest of his team has as well. Texas A&M will hold on at 9.
Gotta play perfectly here for TAMU. Only 1 round away still for Arlington from that coveted match point, and another off the back from a W. And looking over here towards Ascent, this is also TAMU's map pick, right? So you want to see, if you're a TAMU, how yourselves have the comfort of going into map number 2. But you cannot deny, Navy has just had so much value here for UTA. Not even hitting double digits in deaths yet. And we're in round 20 at this point. Round 21 is on its way.
They're staying alive. Arlington look to stay alive in the bracket. Get up early 1-0 against the higher seed Texas A&M. Give for extra space towards mid. Texas A&M a lot more aggressive, a lot less welcoming to that deep tripwire. Galaxy won't get it. Crad will grab the early pick though out of lobby, just the one Bienia trait.
Run over towards A now, taking out those trips that were initially placed down, but Dill's still guarding here in towards Hell. Taking out every piece of utility. The flash goes awry. Matcha to be caught out, but it's a double swing. An over-under situation. Galaxy 14 health. Not much you can do there. Double digits finally for TAMU. 1 round dividing them. They're not letting it slip away quite yet.
Yeah, it seems like Texas A&M might have finally been able to stifle the early pressure. They put a deep drone into market. Put help as well on the top of mid, and they're able to deny that trip, able to deny Arlington extra space. We end up with the round win. Now back to the drawing board, back to the timeout we go.
Yeah, climb back up. It's just been neck and neck so far. I think what's also difficult is for UTA, I mean, they've been really innovative in their rounds here on the attacking side, especially Galaxy with the Cypher utility that he's been able to lay down for the team has had a lot of impact in just providing general information over towards them as far as locations, whether it's rotations, whatever is going on here, right? Less so opportunities to go for those set plays, so you really can't move away from being super lurky in that kind of sense if you're UTA, but I do wonder almost, Kat. I'm gonna be honest. Part of me does wonder, what if they just did like a singular blitz round out of the blue to completely catch TAMU off guard with the conditioning that they've done with the pacing so far.
I'm concerned do they have the resources to make a blitz successful.
Yeah.
But the tempo control would be mind-boggling. I don't know if Texas is not ready for that. And all they need to do is grab 2 more rounds. Noble shut down the running back very early. I know he's market now, though, and he's still hanging around looking for more. Fragment trying to stall for a bit of time. Arlington going to be happy with the util expended, and Noble will pick it up before they can fully back out.
Yeah, Noble's been such an important lurk presence over for UTA as well, putting that pressure into forcing TAMU to almost hold a bit more passively in some senses. Playing very heavy for mid control this time. You can see Tree all just lit up with swarms and whatnot. You're not getting in there alive. They're just going to get popped. You get the delay, right? Now 2 players left here. Nice tuck in towards Wine with the swing out. As 2 watch, and Noble just cleans up. A flawless round for TAMU. 11-11. They tie things up. Question is, who is the first to reach into match point? For 3 rounds in a row, UTA are hurting a little bit in the bank.
UTA all too familiar. The 13-11 score line. Just at the very least, can they bring it to match point? This one a little bit down in terms of the artillery. They're looking at a heavy stroke towards the A site early through Gelato. Those are steps that are going to be heard from the team on Cat. Lockdown looking to force their way into A.
Nice swarms, 2 delay. I like the one placed here over towards Switch just to do as much damage as possible as the pitch does start to come through. Try and melt a player. Now, plant to come down.
Retake
lockdown?
lockdown?
Really interesting. Yeah, it's a retake lockdown. Things are going to get pretty busy here on site.
Good stuff for Texas A&M through and through. To retake that should be looking pretty dang solid. Crad, last player to get out, going to use the blaze wall just in case door came down early. Will get away to Wine. Thought his teammate might get in the way, but not the case. Flash drive early, coming into things for Thieni. He'll pick up 2 out of main. Everything working for the retake right now. Jaquavius doesn't even get a chance to look at opponents. It's flawless for Texas A&M, looking to take back map number 1.
Match point here, or for TAMU. Clawing their way up to a W. Momentum on their side. 4 rounds in a row. UT Arlington have not been able to stop the bleeding. Still, a forest buy able to come through here for Arlington. Noble's got an op online this time. Hasn't really pulled it out yet this half. Pretty sure is the first time that we've actually been able to see it come out here for Noble.
Yeah.
Looking in towards mid side. Interesting choice. We probably expect a quick reposition if nothing is found here towards mid, considering that Laurenbot is watching, but immediate aim duel into main.
Third one, Earlth's going to come through. Second ping on its way. The ultimate has been expended now. Galaxy's going to step out into space. Still caught by a lot of stray bolts. Does manage to get away. Time creeping ever so close here. The last player on the B site. The difference between a swing in the rotation and a stall for the Arlington offense.
4u4 situation. Crad to fall next. Dini just has 1 health.
Very nice from the low HP KO. Shut down the chance to go from mid to B. Arlington going to work back towards A, where the defense has never let up. They never moved a muscle. They're still here. As Phil's going to pick up one on Jaquavius. Had an angle out of the dark cover. That one is a little bit too deep. Shallow where that angle doesn't exist. Unfortunate, really, as Arlington plant will go down now. It's a 2-on-4 for the post plant to try to hold on to map number 1. They were leading by heavy margins, 11-8 previously, as maybe going to send one back. Noble shut down in the Blade Storm. Everybody scaffold. Texas A&M waiting for the Q on the retake. Early contact with Matcha. Nano Swarm going to be expended quickly. Push forward. Everyone to waterfall down. Matcha caught reloading. Maybe with it all to do. Picks up one a second. Can't find Big Chilling. Texas A&M 13-11. They've done it yet again. The same scoreline as the LCQ to take map number 1.
Things were feeling a little dicey there, Kat. Arlington looking really good with this new composition to come through. Something that I don't think TAMU were expecting going into this series. But map number 1. I do actually really enjoy the innovation we saw coming out from UTA. The way that they were able to capitalize off of running 2 Sentinels over on that attacking side. Specifically, Cypher and Killjoy, which is a pairing that you don't see often because it's usually like Cypher or KJ plus like a Sage, if anything, if you're running doubles. But when it comes down to that match, TAMU just turned up at the end.
Yeah, when it comes to TAMU, the adaptation was just there. They looked at a single Sentinel in a double initiator setup with flashers previously in the LCQ. Won that one out. Now looking at a completely new lineup in a lot of time for the team of UTA to counter strat. Still walked away the victors. Flex the muscles just a little bit. It will be UTA's map pick when we return. Up next is Pearl. Don't go anywhere. More LCQ action. We get back.
Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Septilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. and I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right, right.
You know, I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions.
Welcome back, one and all, to the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. We're halfway through the semifinals, depending on how map number 2 goes. It was TAMU to walk things back from 11-8 to a 13-11 scoreline. They pick up map number 1. Now it's on to UTA's map pick.
And we're heading over to Port's Pearl now, right? And it's a bit of a different look from Ascent. Pearl, a bit more of that puggy map. And the playground of UTA this time around, who are vying to try and take us to a 3rd map to keep themselves in the game. But, man, I want to ask you still, regardless, if you anticipate maybe any particular picks from either team here into agent selection. We saw some really different looks from UTA over on Ascent compared to their usual.
I think honestly, UTA go back to the norm. It's pretty standard double flash composition. Astra for their single controller. I'd be surprised if they did anything nuanced here. We've seen Sova's worked out for TAMU pretty much all throughout the last 3 months of match results, that I would be surprised to see anything different from either of these teams. But as you mentioned, right, we got to send these teams got a lot of time to think about this matchup going forward, and that did bring a much different look to Ascent. So I think it's certainly possible that there is some nuance here.
Definitely could be, especially with Pearl being an interesting map where there's a bit of a meta on Pearl, but at the same time, people do still get creative, and we're still trying to figure out exactly what works best. And innovation sometimes does rule as king, but as you said, the flashes are just so important here on this matchup, especially with the fact that you're always going to be concerned about the operator watching in towards B long, particularly with TAMU being on the defense first. You know Noble should probably be pulling that out as early as possible.
Yeah, and I'll say that I'm interested to see Arlington's defense against the operator. Yesterday against UTSA for map number 2, that was when they won 13-6. No ops at all throughout that one. The only time we got an op was the very end of the game for Crad, and it just didn't really have enough value. And it was towards the end of the game that didn't really matter. But we didn't get to see them play into an op in the first place. Texas A&M pondering the possible Harbor. I just don't see it coming out as the solo controller.
Yeah, Harbor's definitely rough as a solo controller situation. Usually you're best off with like an Astra, if anything. And I know that the double controller has also been really popular here on Pearl, pairing the Astra with a Viper.
Yep.
Really solid hold that you're able to have on the defender side. But so far, Dill's not even hovering in. Okay, there we go. That's the KJ to come through. Nothing too surprising there. I feel like same composition essentially that we saw over on Ascent, save for the Omen pick there for the TAMU side at least.
Yeah, these two teams going to go for what they know, what they love, and we'll see how that operates for them. When it comes to recent matchups, Texas A&M having pretty much however they feel that day in terms of results. When it comes to the last 3 months, CVal, they win at 13-5, then lose it 4-13 in that next week matchup. When it comes to the LCQ, one round they won at 13-4 against the Oregon Ducks. The very next round they lose at 13-3 against U Alberta. So it just kind of depends on the day for TAMU.
Hopefully they're feeling good about that comeback though from the last matchup. It wasn't even like a big comeback by any means or anything like that. It was really close, but they had momentum on their side when closing out that last map, right? several rounds in a row just to bring it over to that match point. And now Pistol here starting things off, looking like early aggression out towards A, trying to farm this orb early. Spike left in towards spawn though right now. UTA don't even have it in sight and already pushed all the way up here into B-Long.
Yeah, this would be awkward if they do get the B space here. But that is a story for a couple seconds later. Looks like they will not. So they're just going to kill utility when it comes to B, and they'll play off instead. It'll be a walk up for the Killjoy. They're used to walking the solo player up to try to find something on the A side. No poke just yet, just damage the other direction.
Look how fast the rotation is, though, Cat. Like, immediately, 4 players over towards A side, knowing that KJ has a lockdown on towards main, that alarm bot available. As I say that, Noble's just good for 2. The dash out as well to get away. And Arlington, unable to capitalize, find any trades thus far. The blind goes too wide.
Okay, just going to pick up the final 2. Texas A&M. After a 5-round swing, on the board first here on map number 2.
Interesting plays coming out from UTA. I think that I like the idea of, Jaquavius lurking over towards top mid, goes re-clears into A main after TAMU have gotten that ult orb, and you just fall back after that. But now, I don't even know if they committed to getting that ult orb, because the math ain't mathin' on that end. I don't think they even did, so denying that information over. But regardless, now going into this next round, advantage here for TAMU, have the buy up. KHS looking to play a little bit more aggressively because he does have that Ares in hand, but not really able to do too much with it. Actually ends up being a Guardian. Now that's picked up into the hands of UTA.
Yeah, ends up giving it away. Armbot triggered. Dill's Nano Swarm off of the early contact. Lead to a frag. Galaxy going to fall. Now numbers back evened up. Still, though, that Guardian has been converted for Arlington. No space for them just yet.
Not quite yet. Heavy lean here, B, for TAMU. A is completely open. Arlington, of course, don't know that. We'll have to take the time to re-clear. But TAMU have legitimately no information on that site right now. So that's why we see like a really diligent push back in towards Secret. But otherwise, they know and are aware of the fact that Arlington could truly be just anywhere on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you really do see that in terms of how deep some of these angles are.
Yeah.
Giving them lots of room, lots of time to react. Daniel be dug out in an awkward spot for the Stinger, but against what is pistols, not really the worst thing in the world, all things considered. 10 seconds here. Just need to deny the plant. Noble going to find the first. Astra will fall. The Eddie Stinger, lots of value. We'll pick up 2. Jaquavius, no chance of this one. Nowhere near the play. But to Sewers, here's some steps. Has some timing. 1 tap initiated. Dill will trade it back, though. 2-0. Texas A&M remain victorious.
Bonus starting to come through here for TAMU. Full loadout on the side of UT Arlington. But otherwise, just very slow, quiet starts here. You can almost sense, like, I feel like when we saw UTA playing UTSA earlier on, there was a lot more confidence in just being able to, like, mechanically win out for Crad and a lot of the other players. But a lot more respect is being given here, I feel, in this matchup. But now, trying to change that tempo, speed things up, UTA pushed aggressively all the way into mid-connector.
Yeah, a lot of space in towards mid. This was Texas A&M are on containment mode. They know all about it, and they're postured for it. Crowd out quicker with the Phantom. Take down Danny the KO. With 2 players over towards main. Noble spotted, but too late. Half check. Cost Crad his life. Spectre going to pick up 1. Jaquavius with the best timing ever. Noble going to step in to the Nebula, just barely alive. Can't say the same for his teammate of Bing Chilling. Caught up by Macha on the trade. Noble spam through. Now caught. Maybe we'll take him down. Now returns to the spike plant. Will go down now. The Sova up close and personal. Caught once again by the KO. Arlington looking just for 1 more frag to convert their first round. Dill out with the pistol. Now out of the round. Maybe picks that one up.
TAMU trying to do as much damage as they can. UTA coming out on top still. Matcha now only 2 away from the null command to come through. Could be pretty pivotal going into this round, but for UTA, might actually prioritize Crad instead, knowing that he could afford that full shield. Then they just go run, grab that ult orb, get the blades online. Won't be the case though, actually. Able to get that full buy down. Not gonna need it quite yet. I think it'd be a really nice win condition for that null command to be up here. Just try and ensure that they can tie things up early on. Flash goes a little wide once again. Bit of a micro mistake there. Trailblazer down. Find some information. Holding down the fort here. I feel like Crad is just always up towards Billboard. No one's there to trade.
Yeah, Crad doing a lot of individual scouting. Has unfortunately cost them their life here early into this round. It's been a couple times where it's caused for early util expenditure and he's been able to get out. Not this time though, unfortunately. KHS out. Guardian tapped for Galaxy. Not quite on the money. KHS will pick that one up. Dart did not bounce. Goes to the wall. Does not grab scans. Jaquavius in mid. Making some noise. His team will work their way down towards site. Maybe a pickup. Match up close. We'll find another. Gonna leave Jaquavius to go grab the spike on the late swing in the other direction as Arlington look to step forward into early contact. Matcha up first. Bing Chilling ready for it.
2v3 situation here. Still looking for that spike plant. Safe one for Jaquavius over towards that front side of Jenny, but that means Arlington are forced to play a bit more here towards site. It's going to be a crossfire trying to be held. Noble just gets shut down early though, down to a 2v2.
Sees the barrel of Thieni. Should have info on both these players. Broke the 0 point early. Still have util up. No stars placed just yet. Jaquavius will place Bing into the ground. Thieni a trade. 10 HP. Flash drive out. Nanoswarm going to cover the spike. I don't think you can touch that. Not going to be able to with the second one, that's for sure. Thieni looking to try to get this one to half. Going to touch it now. Jaquavius out on the swing. Timing going to be very favorable. Doesn't matter. Off is Thieni. It's halved. This one going to be so close for Texas A&M, and they'll take it home. A clutch 1v2 for the KO.
Just a second left on the clock there to get the defuse down, and a perfect shot from Thieni to ensure that it could come through. UT Arlington now down 2 rounds, calling another early time out, looking to fix these mistakes early on like you had mentioned before. I think also important to just have a chance to discuss, like, we have 3 big ultimates online at this point. Sure, we're going into an eco round right now, but what are we going to do into the next round to capitalize off of those the most with that Cosmic Divide? Potential for it even to come out to try and enable Crad on the blades. But so far, TAMU looking really disciplined and structured on their defense. Very aware of when Arlington are slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, it depends on the day of for this team. This day seems pretty solid. Talking about momentum being a factor to push them forward. That could be the difference. Just looking very strong in terms of strategic defense, so adapting incredibly well to Arlington's early pushes. Have read out Crad pretty quickly on the push down B long, have also read into Arlington's want for mid pretty quickly, and have given them the space in towards mid, opting to contain from the link edges of the map instead. And I'd be a bad caster if I didn't call it out. Arlington are 4-3-2-1-0.
I'm glad you can count.
In terms of the kills, I'm a big fan of sequential numbers.
Okay, for a second there, I was really still like absorbing the fact that you just said that, and I saw the dash back, and I was like, hold on.
So where is he?
How up close and personal are we getting right now? But reposition here now towards mid. TAMU playing that death ball together, knowing it's an eco here for Arlington, not looking to lose anything early on, but the blades are so good. It's just a spray down.
Wow.
And the choke point is impossible to cross. Arlington can't get away. A 4th round on the board here for TAMU.
That's why we call it a choke. The oxygen siphoned out of the lungs in mid. Texas A&M find that one. Full buy back into this one for Arlington.
Wow.
Well, that, I mean, what else you want me to call that?
What do you mean?
Tag that moment.
I mean, it's not really a choke, though. Like, it's a choke point. But I don't think
They got
necessarily
choked out.
Okay, that's true. You're not wrong.
Get my one.
Using the funnel to your advantage. Yeah, I'll give you 1 point this time.
Let's go. We're never scoring anything again, so I'm just permanently 1-0. It's better that way.
Okay.
Permanently 1-0. Never change it.
Permanently up good.
It's where I cash out for the night. Yanni looking to cash in on mid. Contact there. Not quite enough room. Not enough surface area of the Astra to get a shot on.
Yeah, just slowing things down here. Arlington, this time, not really able to go for those lurky plays. Still so low. Crad over towards B long. Drone goes out, able to just tuck it. But Noble's watching into Art right now. Arlington have the presence of 3 players looking.
Finally. A long fight in mid.
It's too quiet. It's too quiet for too long.
Danny will win that one. Instantly, recontact will come through in Art as well. So trades for both teams here. Be an overgrowth to heal the KO. No command extended early for Texas A&M, trying to defend the A site. Arlington looking to continue their push in that direction. No real time to swing the spike. 15 seconds. Gotta work this one into A. Flash forward for Galaxy. This is going to be a hard plant with 3 defenders up so close. No one's shot the planter just yet. Bing has the angle. Doesn't shoot. Gives them the plant. They're going to look to play retake instead. They need to pick up one. There is a look on the flank here. An awkward one. Jaquavius will convert that one. Seeker's out for all the info. These players are back of sight and an opt to hold the sight line. Galaxy to pick up one. Bing chilling a trade on the no commanded KO. Now down to give information instead. Glorified Sova drone from Link. The Eddie going to pick up one. It's suddenly a 1v2. They're looking to recover this. And Link almost crossing the wallbang. Did get him up, but immediately back down. Daniel will pick up the ace. All things considered.
What a way to do it for TAMU. 5th round on the board and 5 kills for Theany to get that down into the pocket. Arlington, tough situation and kind of difficult. I mean, in that post plant, Jaquavius was in a one and done spot where you couldn't really reposition. I don't know, it's tough. Like, you're watching the angle in case they're pushing you in, but at the same time, you know that they're secret, they can come behind you.
Right. Well, at the end of the day, 4-round differential will be the story. As everything is in mid right now, minus the Sky. Jaquavius will pick up one off the Stinger, traded back. A lot of damage done, though. Crad a step forward, dashing into the Vandal. Caught on the pole and dead. Same story with most of Arlington, just an Astra left standing.
Other than some lurky plays that have been able to just like creep on into B-Link, Arlington haven't really found much success into this choke, especially on eco round, which I feel like TAMU at this point just have that read, right? And it's just been, okay, we got Stingers, we'll force the close quarters here into B long, try to get into mid connector. But they've done it once before, and TAMU just read into that like a book.
TAMU continue to turn the pages here and turn rounds into their favor. 5 rounds now the lead. As Arlington will switch things up yet again. Just went for full look bid on the eco. This time heavy lean A.
Fast pacing, but you've also got to worry about this Astra util from Bing chilling, right? Grab well to slow you down. Trailblazer sneaks through, does see that KHS will be in towards Art. Big guiding light to deny any info. Not going for the wall bang though, going really late here. Just playing your life on the side of Bing chilling, able to find some Noble to clean up.
Alright, so Plant has yet again gotten to go down. They'll use the wall. Try to step back into this one. Immediate start to the defusal. Just a tap. Galaxy's head tapped away. As find Noble. Dash through. No one to make contact. They're going to smoke the turret here. Sit on spike yet again. Once again, just another tap. Hoping to bait this team out. They push forward now. Jaquavia's going to pick up one into the wall, hoping to finish the job. They've done just that with a right click.
I mean, two best agents that you want alive there. That's got to be Jaquavius and maybe in that post-plant situation. You got the Astra, you've got the KJ to delay. And now, you've got a Cosmic Divide and a Lockdown online, and you couldn't ask for really a better ult combination. The Cosmic Divide can provide just such a nice cover for a Lockdown to be put out in an unconventional position, if you will, and then running that double flash makes it really easily to just pop out of the wall itself.
Yeah, absolutely so. Trailblazer through Art. Will spot the Astra deep A site. Knows she's not dug out any longer. I think do a lot with that information though in the first 5 seconds of the round. KHS through with the drone. Lots of information. 3 players spotted. Knows Arlington yet again back to mid.
Trying to walk up in towards Art. Guiding leg goes out through the window in towards A main. Nice information garnered for those players. Bing Chilling though, still waiting. Very up close here with the utility in hand. Maybe hoping to get some sort of spray. Managed to get that cover out right before the 0 point hits.
This time it'll be the Texas A&M Killjoy on the flank, and Dill gonna come up for 2. Jaquavius to trade back finally. Not happy that Dill tried to steal his mojo when it comes to mid. Arlington gonna try to work quickly through door down into B. Hard op angle. Not quite enough time, but he does spot the players.
Yeah.
So in for KHS now, coming into tower. Jaquavius gonna step forward. He's gone to default. Doesn't know about the other player. Spots him now. Takes him down. KHS could do it all in a 1v2. Jaquavius into the angle. Will come up with a kill. Lockdown available. A 1v2. Bing Chilling peaked. Gets out the angle. Alive. Gonna have help from Link. It'll be an operator for Noble. Out! And into the shot. 7-2 for Texas A&M.
Really great read that it would be that transition over into Halls. Knowing that the plant is front Jenny. It's just not worth trying to play into B main with the risk that just is in general, not having that line of sight, right? Arlington now pushed back onto another eco round. Unless, no, surely this isn't a desperation buy. Or maybe it is. Maybe it works out.
I do what you gotta do.
But I'm very confused about what's going on with the money situation right now. Okay, no, it's a buy for next. It's a buy for next.
It's okay. I don't spend my finances very well. Got their eco back on track. Free A site.
Their 401k. The Cosmic Divide comes out here. A site completely open, unbeknownst to Arlington, and just a sliver in the smoke. It's not quite right here in towards Art. That was what Crad was punished for.
I've got your trail.
Trades continuing. They work through the divide and through Link. Theani pops the null command. He gets popped in the dome. Jaquavius will take him away. Dill will catch Galaxy. C tries to extend into mid control. 2-on-2 when the dust is settled. Jaquavius will pick up another on Theani, and that is what evens the score line, the player count. He's maybe going to hold A main, waiting for his teammate to come around. Tap, forces the peek, catches Dill's arm, can't catch a shot though. Jaquavius wants the lockdown, wants to hold on the post plan, is able to find one. Noble has to find a kill and start on this defuse. Nano Swarm got killed. Noble can't find the frag though. Jaquavius holds on. A 1v2 converted for Arlington.
Huge clutch to come through here for Arlington. So much work being done. A perfect lockdown to put pressure in that 1v2 situation when numbers are dwindling. Now, 4 rounds to divide these two teams. 2 more left into the first half here on Pearl. Again, this is UTA's map pick, and TAMU looking really good so far, but the adjustments from Arlington are coming through. Now, though, going for that mid control. Once again, we've seen how B-Link has panned out before, luckily able to actually get in this way, and Bing Chilling's just not ready for the timing.
Not at all. Cradle picked that one up. Fieni with the Guardian. Good to find just one. Good control now open. Arlington with choices. Opting for A yet again. Just managed to hold strong on the post-plant clutch. 1v2. Looking to head back with a numbers advantage.
Trying to hold a sliver here, Dill. Needs to hop up, try and get out, play his life here with the team. Null Command just denies any piece of util to be able to use on that retake situation. Waiting for that to go down. Nice little jump spot. Sees two close toward Art. Guiding Light doesn't see anything. Using the Hunter's Fury to zone in this situation here. Time is ticking down. Noble's just trying to go for the fights and the aim duels, though. The reload is punished. It's all up to Matcha. A headshot down, but that's locked down in. The peak a little too early. Matcha secures that clutch here. 3K and a 4th round on the board for UT Arlington.
2 ults expended, but it's an Arlington post-plant hold yet again. Snuck the number up towards 4. Locked down very late into that one.
Eco round now here for TAMU, forced onto it. Well, I guess not really an eco round. It's just what you got to deal with here last round before we swap sides. Buy up with as much as you can. Blades for Noble at the very least with an eco ultimate to come in. It's a 5-person blitz, changing up the pacing into Belong.
Noble's Blades will find 2 early. Updraft out of tower. Good to pick up 2 deep down long. Looking for a little bit more. Blades expended. Couldn't quite find the 3rd refresh. It's had value. Very much so early into this round. As Arlington still want to push towards the B site. They just watched 2 teammates fall. But they want to avenge them. Spread the ashes on to the spike site. Jaquavius will take 2. A 3rd picked up for maybe. Even player count. Bing Chilling behind.
Yeah, that's scary. You're pinched here in this situation. 2v2 at the very least. Gotta play numbers. Okay, but okay. You can play numbers, but he's Bing Chillin'.
Is indeed. Was chilling. Never mind. I was gonna. Never mind. A 4-round. The difference here in this one, Texas A&M still going to have the lead. That in the series as well. We're able to convert last pistol. If they can grab this one, they'll put Arlington into a bit of a pinch.
No, that's for sure. Hitting double digits early here could be huge for TAMU to try and close this out in a 2-0. But for Arlington, want another breath of life into them, right? Head over to that 3rd map, try to take it the distance, and in that case, pistol round, always an impactful, pivotal round, but especially with this kind of scoreline and being in the 2nd map of a best of 3.
2 suppressed.
0 point finds 2, at least misses the other players here as it's a 4-1 split on the side of TAMU. Not able to shoot out that 0 point, leaving things a little bit rough. There's no flash drive to get out.
Matcha still going to hold on to this angle. Will spam from the default plant spot to give that info away. Still, though, cooking. Flash drive to try to step out. Maybe going to pick up 1. Binge will fall early into this one. Plant down for Texas A&M. How long can they hold on with everybody on their way right now out of blink? A swarm out off the guiding light. The any right click can't find anything. Matcha to pick up the 1st. They swarm their way through for the extra space into hallway. They catch 2 bodies down. Jaquavius to trade another back, looking deep into long. He's got a 1-tap, not enough to kill just yet. Deal with the trade, a 2-on-2 now. As the nano swarms are expended on site. KHS gonna find another, a 1v2 now in favor of Texas. Looking to hold on, maybe shots converted with the ghost. A low HP KHS looking to get this defused to half. KHS will swing, misses the shot, but he's off the spike. There's no time for this one. Maybe knows it. KHS, a 3K and a 9th round for Texas A&M.
12 HP and perfectly played there by KHS and Dill, who just tucked into the side. Allowed KHS to draw that attention before swinging out, but what a way to run down that clock. Nano Swarm's doing so much as well, so that, because TAMU know that if you have numbers on the side of Arlington, there's potential for someone to try and stick, like a cloud bursts or smoke goes out, then you're just like playing that fight. But now, potential for those double digits do come to fruition. Brad pulls out the Marshall in the hopes of being able to do that body shot damage towards the side of Arlington so that, or towards the side of TAMU so that the remainder of Arlington can maybe try to clean up with those pistols. But it's an art push here and 3 stack on Arlington's side.
Good call from Galaxy. He's going to play way closer range than Shorty. Now back to Seinstead. A much more comfortable spot with the rest of the teammates involved. Macha going to pick up one early. Piani looking to send one back. Awkward for both players. Managing to escape, though. Galaxy will pick up another with the newfound Shorty angle. Guiding like to push him forward. Don't do it. Won't go further down towards Link. Crad going to find another. This eco's going crazy for Arlington right now. KHS, a Vandal in hand. How do you not give this away? Certainly have to win the round. Is able to pick up one. Dill, another Cradle trade back. And an awkward 1v3 for a 66 HP Killjoy. Looking to walk through a Nebula. Hoping for 1v1s. This team playing pretty close together. Jaquavius will finish the job. Rifles in hand for Arlington. They make the eco work.
Yeah, that was 2 rifles invested from TAMU as well, lost into that round. Just so much value gotten out from that. I mean, even Galaxy, sure, not fragging out in this particular game, but doing so much to support the team, whether it's with sustain with those heals or having the flashes come through and buying a little bit of time finding that information. For TAMU, though, they're looking here over towards that B long side. The read is really good. Look at this stack from Arlington.
See, they're able to have value off it. So far, so good. Crad going to find the first. So deep up towards Pillar. Will fall off quickly as well. Good discipline to keep the numbers advantage.
Flash drive, poison ready, just at the next sign of contact. Looking to find some sort of information. Bing chilling super low now on the side of TAMU. If you can take that player down, even better for UT. Considering the fact that smokes down means no cover here for the attackers.
Up. Brad will find it through. Chilling deep on the Marshall angle, caught by Macha. The newfound rifles having so much value for Arlington in this round. Jaquavius going to find another deep down towards hallway. KHS Sheriff one tap converted off the body as well.
What is this
90
crosshair?
HP, still a chance at this one. Got the biggest crosshair ever.
No
the
way!
Triangulation crosshair picks up 3 on the round. Galaxy will shut things down though.
The problem is that KHS should not have gotten 3 there. Like, in no world should KHS have realistically gotten 3 there. Like, insane shots coming out from him, absolutely. But you gotta call those swings with each other because giving him those ones and swinging just a little bit off that beat can be completely different rounds, right? Just too much damage to be done by a Sheriff alone.
Quick push up to Art for Noble. Crad's going to be here on towards long. Great shot to find Piani. Still on the angle, looking for a second. Maybe going to be here as the help. Noble around on that Art flank. We talked about how quick he got there. Picked up 3 off of it. And just when you think Arlington had the defensive hold, Noble stepped through to put this round on its head. Almost a 4th Galaxy, 5 HP. The difference in winning that duel. Now a 2-on-2.
10 seconds for that Guiding Light to come up as well, but overextends, not quite waiting long enough for the rotation from Jaquavius over into Secret, looking to now clear out 1v1 situation here. 50-50, KHS comes out on top. Double digits here for TAMU to hit for first. Light shields seem to be working out, allowed them to actually buy into that previous round with a full loadout.
Arlington, not the same story. Considerations here for this team. 2 rifles picked up right now. Rest of the team going to be a struggle to get there. Might force around the 3 they can buy.
Doing what they can here. Up against potential 11th round here for TAMU. Aggression to come out. Crad getting aggressive here. Blades online, already extended that tailwind. Cloudburst to try and get out, but it's a spray. Already shut down here. Initial point of contact, and it's a green light for TAMU to keep pushing on.
Matcha gonna pick up one close side, another to go with its right transfer on the money for the KO here early. As Texas A&M have gone all the way down. Galaxy gonna step behind them to pick up 2. KHS in a bit of a bind, and he'll fall as well. A 3K for the Sky brings us within 3.
Really nice backstab coming out. That Seeker's online into this next round here for Arlington as well. Another tool into a retake situation. Okay, seems like we're flipping sides here for the side of TAMU. We're going to call a timeout for UTA off the back of that round win. But things are, I don't know, I'm kind of stressed out. It's like Arlington's turning up in some rounds, but TAMU also undeniably is like shutting them down in others. And I think this conversation is probably about how Arlington can really keep that energy going on these round wins here on the defensive side.
All right, so convert around off of a big flank 3K. They go to the timeout, and things will be moved up. Where do you feel the weak points have been thus far, Ashcast?
Well, Krat's been going for that early point of contact, right? And it's not a bad thing to do. It's just unfortunate that he's not coming out with that first blood. Right now, overall, I feel like TAMU are really just trying to coordinate their utility as much as possible on those executions. But regardless, Arlington, I mean, they're doing well so far on the defense. They took away that anti-eco round there over in round 2 off the back of a pistol win there for TAMU. So realistically, even though they're down rounds right now, finding a lot more success is just a spray down here for Crad. Finding success into these picks here. Galaxy trying to clean up. Last 2 players are up. The guiding light goes big. 3K here, an 8th round for UT Arlington. For TAMU, I mean, yeah, I really think that conversation was just about, like, UTA, how do we keep this going? What's been working? How do we catch them off guard next? I think switching up that aggression over towards A main, knowing TAMU's on an eco is really nice off the back of the flashes. But now you also have to realize, okay, back into a full loadout situation. Crad's got an operator online finally here for B main. And that's another shift over back towards the A side.
This will be early information that nobody over towards B. Guiding light forward, Crad peak, and nothing off the 0 point. Everything's headed A. Null command in. Noble, good for the first frag. Jaquavius almost caught through the nebula, but will keep his life. We'll now wait this one out for the retake.
Nothing on site to stall either. And what makes this next round difficult is we're really just relying on Cloudburst coming out from Crad over towards that A main side. Otherwise, no other cover could be potentially even provided. But there might even be a late reflank coming in through mid.
I'll go all the way deeper into spawn through sewer. Crowd will find another. This is retake continues to push forward. They've got the advantage when it comes to the actual numbers on site. Chilling tucked very deep into this one. One player going to be main. Guiding light to spot 1. Thieni now known about as he grabs the pick onto Matcha. That'll put the numbers in the favor of the Texas A&M post plant. It's going to hold, not give them any peeks here. Dill will peek off the contact at the tap of the spike. Krad's going to fall. Ships in the night. Is Galaxy going to walk into spawn? Will catch Thieni on the exit. Cannot win the round.
11th round on the board here for TAMU. Big Chilling just a little too slow to get out of sight there. Really great reposition. I think that's what's really strong over towards the A side, and as a defender, something you have to keep an eye out on is if you have arc control in the post plant as the attackers, you can easily just like slip your way around and behind when the defenders already think like, okay, we've cleared this out, we're just like rotating in towards sewers into CT. Now, wary potential match point here on the line for TAMU in map number 2 of the semifinals. The CECC Lone Star LCQ. Cosmic Divide comes out early on, denying information. Matcha just gonna pop flash out, see what info you can find. Maybe a pick or two, never mind.
going to get out of it as well. Additional flash drive expended to keep the numbers advantage preserved. Excellent stuff early from the KO. Going to back away from additional utility. It's a nano swarm expended for that one. A shock as well.
Just gotta regroup yourselves now. Big rotation was pulled from UTA over towards the B side with that amount of presence. Now just waiting. Matcha wanting to get a little bit greedy and trying to peek over. Smoke's laid down, cutting off towards site right now, but also makes it really difficult to clear out any information. You're at risk for that spray to come through. Hunter Fury comes out.
It comes out off the tag. Couldn't quite find it though. Still have a trade. Still down one as Texas A&M. They continue to try to wedge the needle into this B site. Still stepped into the default plant spot. It's tapped the spike. Guiding light out. Don't win it. Caught back though from Tower. Traded by KHS. A one-on-one. Maybe goes to Tower now as well.
Oh, this timing. Knows he's right
gonna
underneath.
hold this plant. Maybe knows all about it and will catch the angle. 2 rounds now the difference.
Really well played in that reposition coming out from maybe. Realizing that KHS knew it was right around the corner. Just trying to bide some time. Catch a new position to keep him off guard. Now, going into this next round here. Save on the side of TAMU. Can't expect too much out of them for that particular reason, but big weapons disadvantage to come through. The important round, though, Kat, is the one that comes after this one.
Absolutely. Texas A&M just can make it a little bit easier with a couple guns dropped. Should play this round pretty quickly, though, all things considered, and they're already on their way through mid door. Trailblazer's been broken. Yanni Trina seeing if he can jump spot anything here. Not quite. They're going to back away from that one. No funny business. Matcha caught with util in hand, and Noble able to pick up one, a rifle for a teammate.
Always so fast to dash in. Jaquavius, the only one here on towards the B side, just has to play for the lockdown here. Comes out to put pressure onto this plant that is aimed in towards B Link. Really like how TAMU is keeping this mid positioning.
Noble going to find another one before he gets out. The lockdown radius. It's made things interesting. Plant started, pulled off though. Is Jaquavius. Cosmic Divide comes forward. Noble going to find a third pick now. Keeping numbers advanced. They all line up for Jaquavius. Manages to find a 3-piece just with a click of the mouse. Till now, everything left on his plate. A 1v2. Jaquavius looking to hold, and the Nebula maybe will find the frag. Arlington bailed out of that round.
Jaquavius went so big there. The luck in having them line up two in towards B Link. Just being able to bob and weave through that cosmic divide, but buy round back into the hands of A&M. But this is the swing round that matters the most. Opportunity for Arlington to get that edge up to an 11th round and have a better chance at getting that match point. Meanwhile, for TAMU, this is their opportunity to try and close things out, try to get to match point themselves before they're pushed onto an eco.
0 Point has some information early towards B long. Shoulder peek for Matcha, going to catch enough bullets to opt out of the angle. Trailblazer through mid door, see nothing.
Quieter start. A lot of noise being made still here towards B long. Drone comes out as well. You see the stars being placed down, but prioritizing more of that mid control here for Arlington this time, as TAMU had snuck in previously.
Crad tucked and now out to find Noble. Seekers will come forth. Crad looking to capitalize off of them. Broken too early. Can't quite find additional pick off the ultimate. Galaxy going to break a turret here, and Texas A&M will now fade into the B site. Matcha holding close. Give it that position early. Flash drive out. Both players caught. Fanny still going to find the frag though.
3v3 situation. 30 seconds left. Still gets caught by that concuss in the Nova Pulse. Going for that front Jenny plant once again. Lockdown comes out, trying to bide some time here for TAMU in the post. Galaxy goes down early.
Pick from KHS going to allow the numbers advantage. So lockdown now gone and expended. Danny going to have the angle lane. KHS will have the opposing angle on hallway, going to step out, and they'll find value on the crossfire. Dill will find the last from the spike. 12-10, 1 round away from a grand finals appearance.
1 round away to take it the distance, to take it to that next best of 3 tomorrow up against Blinn. But also Arlington, 2 rounds just to take it towards that overtime. But I feel like at the bye coming out here for Arlington, they don't really have enough to scrape together anything that really matches the potency of the rifles and full loadout that we see on TAMU. But it's quiet or contact up towards B this time. Early reveal again with the guiding light as well as their own 0 point. Already Arlington, they pull the rotation.
Noble gonna find Matcha. It's a player down early. The pressure continues to mount here to the UTA side. Galaxy hallway. Noble's dash stunted by his own Astra. Galaxy jumped on by 3. Noble going to pick up their second entry look now. Plant's on its way down. Maybe needs a bailout tower. Jaquavius going to pick up 1. Had a big 3K to seal their 10th round. Can he do it again? Noble 4K looking for an ace to close the door. Maybe with everything to do, Tower Dill will close it up. 13-10 Texas A&M. Take it 2-0.
Really nice fight that UTA put up though, up against TAMU, and things got close. It was a near third map that we almost saw there, Kat. But in the end, TAMU Maroon will be the team moving on towards tomorrow to play up against Blinn Esports. That's going to be a heated matchup.
Yeah, without a doubt. Blinn have been on a tear all throughout this bracket, taking teams down 13-9, 13-1 were their last score lines, solidify themselves into the grand finals. That's going to be one to look out for, no doubt about it. And if you're looking out for chair products, trying to get your tushy a little extra cushy, check out Dream Seat and Zip Chair, the proud sponsors of the CECC Lone Star Qualifier. Go to zipchair.com and pick yourself one up today to elevate your gaming chair experience.
We held off on that for now. We're trying. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative. And I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Rob a question? Because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no. Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another. And that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective, let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're going to interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's going to rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down.